of INTERPSYCH Summit, 2-day national conference hosted by Department of Psychology, Christ College, IRINJALAKUDA.
Yesterday, we witnessed stimulating discussions and presentations. And today promises even more insights and collaborative opportunities. As we dive into another day of exploration and knowledge sharing, let's continue to foster the spirit of collaboration and engagement.
Before we start, as we gather for this moment of reflection and unity, we invite you all to join us in a silent prayer. Let us take a moment to center our thoughts and express our gratitude for the opportunity to come together in this shared space.
Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. Without further delay, let's kick off today's session with our first speaker, Dr. LEEMAMOL Matthew, who will be taking the session on positive psychology, the science of well-being. Thank you for being a part of this enriching experience, ma'am. And let's make today just as inspiring as it was yesterday.
Dr. LEEMAMOL Matthew stands as a luminary in the realm of psychology, recognized for her profound expertise and unwavering commitment to academic excellence. Currently serving as an associate professor at Christ University, Bangalore, she has sculpted a distinguished career marked by significant contributions to the intellectual growth of her students. Before assuming her role at Christ University, Dr. LEEMAMOL held the esteemed position of Faculty of Psychology at Bangalore University, where she undoubtedly left an indelible mark on the academic landscape. Her journey in academia is anchored by a PhD in psychology from University of Calicut, a testament to her dedication to advancing the frontiers of psychological knowledge. Prior to her doctoral pursuits, she attained her MPhil from the same institution, further underscoring her scholarly acumen. Dr. LEEMAMOL Matthew's multifaceted contributions, spanning research, teaching, and mentorship, have positioned her as a trailblazer in the field. Her commitment to fostering a rich learning environment and her scholarly achievements make her an invaluable asset to the academic community. We are honored to have you. We welcome you, ma'am.
Hello, good morning all. Though I have heard a lot about Christ College, IRINJALAKUDA, this is for the first time I'm here. So before I thank Christina ma'am and the organizers for inviting me for the session. Okay, thank you. So how are you this morning? Do you feel good? So can you raise your hands if you feel good? How many of you feel good? Okay, how many of you are happy today? How many of you said a thank you to somebody today? Good. How many of you said a prayer today? Everybody, I guess, we had a prayer, right? How many of you are satisfied with the first day of your conference? Oh, very few hands. So how many of you are hopeful for today? Okay, many hands. How many of you celebrate your birthday today? Anybody? Oh, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday here also. So this group is filled with positive vibes, right? Some are satisfied with yesterday's session, some are hopeful of today's session, and many of you said thank you to somebody. So filled with positivity. Probably I don't need to talk anything about positive psychology then. This is what positive psychology, the positivity what we have. Okay. The slides. Okay. Next. Oh, I have. Okay. So can you look at the slide? So here, this is some gardening happening between a father and his 5-year-old daughter. So this father was actually shouting at the daughter for a spilling whatever he has kept and all those things. And then this daughter, finally, she tells his father, can you read this? Daddy, do you remember before my 5th birthday, from the time I was 3 to the time I was 5, I was a whiner. I whined every day. When I turned 5, I decided not to whine anymore. That was the hardest thing I have ever done. And if I can stop whining, you can stop being such a grouch. This is what the daughter said. Do you understand anything from this? Yeah, some of my students are here. Probably they'll understand. So for this, the daddy's reflection. Can you read this? So some red lines. You see, raising children, I realized, is more than fixing what is wrong with them. It is about identifying and nurturing their strongest qualities, what they own and are best at, and helping them find niches in which they can best live out these positive qualities. So this is from the book of Handbook of Positive Psychology, and that is written by the father of positive psychology, Martin Seligman. So the gardening episode is between Martin Seligman and his daughter, Nikki. So here, one thing what he said is, when that is the Nikki's, whatever Nikki said, that was something like an epiphany for him, realization for him. It is, we don't need to look at the wrong mistakes. What we need to do is, we have to look at the positives of people. This is what positive psychology as such emphasizes. So if you look at the history of positive psychology, so this is Martin Seligman. How many of you have heard about his name, Martin Seligman? Yeah, some are familiar with the Martin Seligman. My students who are studying positive psychology, they are familiar with him. So he became the APA president in 1990s. Around 1998 only he became the president of APA. APA is what? American Psychological Association. And when he had to give a presidential address, two things he emphasized. He talked about many things, but these two things, one is his epiphanic moment when gardening with his daughter Nikki. So what he says, that actually helped him to think about a new psychology, new branch of psychology. Why we have to focus on the issues of people. We don't need to focus on the issues, but what we need to do is, there are many positives in people. Why don't we focus on the positives? Okay, so that is with his daughter's interaction. And the second thing, what he said is, the pre-World War second missions of psychology. There were 3 missions. Anybody knows it? So 3 missions. The first one was curing mental illness. And the second was helping all people to lead more productive and fulfilling lives. And the third is identifying and nurturing high talents. So let me ask you a question. What is psychology and what are you going to do in psychology? Oh, okay. So psychology students, what are you going to do? Huh? We have UG students and PG students. What are you going to do? Where do you focus? Is it curing mental illness, or is it helping somebody to grow? Or is it you are trying to help somebody to find out their strengths? What are you going to do? I need an answer. Okay, we'll discuss. So here, if you look at curing mental illness, that is what is the mission of psychology. But then what Seligman said, psychology shouldn't be focusing only on curing mental illness. So curing mental illness, basically what we take is, we take a disease model perspective. A disease model perspective is always, there is an illness and what we have to do is, we have to cure that illness. That is disease model perspective. And after World War II, in 1946 and all, many psychologists found that they could get some job in psychology as a psychologist, because there are many people who had the traumatic issues after World War. Okay, so something like post-World War issues, maybe depression, anxiety, many mental illness. Okay, so it is something like psychology was just looking at how we can help these damaged people. But then what Seligman says, psychology is not just that. It is not just helping the damaged people, or it is not just repairing the damage, but it is, why don't we look at the best qualities in people? And when he said this, what he said is, psychology is not just the study of disease. It also is the study of strength and virtue. If I ask you, what are your strengths, can you tell me? What are your friends' strengths? Can you tell me? What is good in you? What is good in you? Curiosity, very good. So, the question is, can we find out the best in us? Okay. And then what he said is, treatment is not just fixing what is wrong, it also is building what is right. And then psychology is not just about illness or health, it is about work, education, insight, love, growth. Normal person, normal individual. What is the What are the things we need to look at? So that is what is psychology. If you look at, is it the mental illness or it's a normal? Look at the percentage. Across the globe, worldwide, what is the percentage? So here, it is something like positive psychology is what works best with people. It is not what is wrong with me. So most of the time, when we talk about psychology, it is something like what we say, clinical psychology. So clinical psychology, we look at what is wrong with people. But then positive psychology says it is not what is wrong. It is what works. And then what is right with this person. What is the best with this person. This is what positive psychology. So now the question is, what is exactly positive psychology looks at? You see, it enhances subjective well-being, a person's well-being. I asked you, how many of you feel good today? How many of you feel good today? Can you raise your hands again? Very few? You're not good? Huh? So then positive psychology, it is the scientific study of what makes life most worth living. Am I leading a worthful life? So what is my life like? Is it good? Is it worth living? Have you ever asked these questions? Again, the study of optimal human functioning. Okay, so study of optimal human functioning, my best functioning, how it is. Okay, and then it is the study of positive experiences, positive emotions, or positive traits in people. So there are many things we look at, or it ultimately focuses on the promotion of good life. If I ask you, are you all leading a good life? Did you all have breakfast today? But then nobody is responding. You didn't have enough. You had. So my question is, are you all leading a good life? Do you call your life as a good life? Yes. How many of you smiled today? If you have not smiled, please smile. Smile now. This is what we look at. What are the positives? How can my life be positive? Are we ruminating over the negatives all the time? Are we doing that? Are we exploring the positives? Are we exploring the good things in my life? I asked you, today is your birthday? So who wished you first today? Your mom. You see, her mom wished her today morning or maybe midnight. Look at how the beauty of that particular relationship, mother-daughter. So we talk about positive relationships. If her mother had not wished her, she wouldn't have been happy. So there are relationships in my life which can make me happy. Okay, so that is what is positive psychology. And when we talk about positive psychology, we say positive psychology. In 1998 only, Seligman gave that presidential address in the APA. That is how he wants to bring positive psychology as a separate branch of psychology. But then the question is, positive psychology, is it a new branch of psychology or is it an extension of some existing ideas? What do you think? So, it is basically an extension of the existing idea. The term positive psychology, for the first time, actually, Abraham Maslow coined the term. But then, as a separate discipline, and the development of it is done by Seligman, and he is known as the father of positive psychology. But then, if you can read that, what Maslow talked about the psychology as such, he said, the psychology, science of psychology, it is focusing only on the negatives, but little about a person's potentialities, his virtues, achievable aspirations, or his full psychological height. So Maslow in 1954 talked about we have to focus on people's positives to bring out the best in people. Okay, and then again, if you look at just now we discussed the individual's optimal functioning. But then Rogers, he talked about a fully functioning individual earlier. The same idea is positive psychology. And then again, you all know William James. He talked about healthy mindedness. And then again, if you look at Eastern and Western philosophical influences in psychology, we have Eastern, we have our Hinduism, we have Buddhism, we have Confucianism, all these things where we find that it is focusing many virtues. And positive psychology, we are looking at these virtues. The strengths in people, what virtue? He said he is curious. That is a virtue. Okay, so it is from Eastern perspective and also from Western philosophical perspective. When you look at Western philosophical perspective, the Greek trio, basically Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, everywhere when you study psychology also, what they spoke about psychology. And then in positive psychology, we know that Aristotle's Nicomachean ethics and virtue theory and all, it's very important in the sense, those virtues, he talked about justice. Now also we talk about justice. He talked about kindness. So we talk about kindness in positive psychology. And then Western influence, we have Judaism, Christianity, those religion. So Christianity talk about love, forgiveness, compassion, all these things. Okay, and it also talks about an immortal soul. So it is basically that transcendence, spirituality, all those things we talk in positive psychology. I asked you, how many of you said a prayer today? So the idea is person's well-being can be enhanced through this particular behavior or particular action. Particular, maybe when we do a prayer, what we get is a good subjective well-being. So this is the idea in positive psychology. So positive psychology as such is not a new branch in psychology, but it is the extension of existing ideas. And now the question is, what do we study in positive psychology? So positive psychology, there are three aspects. One is at the individual level, and then one is at the subjective level, and then one is at the group level. Okay, so if you look at this, the individual level, it is about people's positive traits. If I ask you to list out your positive traits, can you do that? Huh? So you know the best in you, right? Okay, so these positive traits, and then what we look at, the subjective level, what happens. So these positive traits, for example, he said he is curious. So when you are doing certain actions to express your curiosity, what is the kind of experience you feel? How do you feel within you? Joy. Okay, so that is subjective experience. You are using your positive traits, and then how that is actually helping you, in the sense, basically, how do you feel about it? So positive psychology, we study about the positive individual traits, and then we look at what is at the subjective level. So I'm doing this. For example, I'm kind. I'm saying my strength is kindness. So what I'm doing is, I saw an old man finding it difficult to cross the road. So what I have done is, I helped him to cross the road. What do I feel? Maybe I feel some kind of contentment. Maybe I feel happy. I feel good. All these things are my traits I have utilized, and then I feel, as a result of this, I feel good. So positive psychology gives emphasis to people's traits and at the same time, what people feel about it. So what is at the subjective level? What is my subjective experience? Okay, and then it is at the group level. It is about the civic virtue and the institutions that move individuals toward better citizenship, responsibility, social responsibility. Am I providing to the society, or my abilities and my feelings, actually it is helping the community? So that community well-being can I assure? So this is what positive psychology looks at. So this is actually, can you see this? This is a mind map of positive psychology. This is given by Iona Boniwell in her book, A Positive Psychology in a Nutshell. Very beautifully, she has portrayed what all things we study in positive psychology. We are studying about, you see, maybe applied positive psychology, how positive psychology can be applied in different situations. Maybe it is positive aging. So we say aging, old age. We say it is a time of insecurity coming back, right? I don't know. You can think. Many times we say that people, when they are in their old age, they may not be feeling very secure. Okay. So maybe we talk about insecurity, but then it is not insecurity. Positive psychology says we can help them to actually grow old positively. In the sense, it is they can look at whatever resources they have, the personal resources, and then the connections, all these things, and then gracefully they can grow old. So that way, positive psychology, what all it looks at? It looks at resilience, it looks at optimism, it looks at happiness, it looks at positive emotions. Okay, it looks at hope. So many things, there are many things we study in positive psychology, but then how we study these things, let's see. I think maybe you can take this test. This is just 4 items. It will tell your happiness level now, subjective happiness scale. Can you see that? I'll give you 2 minutes. I have only 2 minutes to give to you. There are 4 items. This is the best used happiness scale worldwide. It's developed by Lyubomirsky. She is a person who leads many research in subjective well-being or happiness as such worldwide. Lyubomirsky's, this scale is one of the most famous scale. Can you read it? Is it difficult to read? So do it. We'll just check your subjective happiness. Your happiness level we check. Hello, are you all here? Can you do the test? Sister, can you see that? You can't see. So the first question is, in general, I consider myself. You can answer it. This is basically about your happiness level. So it is a 7-point Likert scale. So what you can say is, if you are if you don't consider yourself as a happy person, you can put 1, 2, 3. So not very happy person, that is 1, and very happy person, that is 7. Are you doing it? Okay. So those who are sitting at the front can see it, I think. You don't have a paper or a pen. So those who have can do. And the second question is, compared with most of my peers, I consider myself. Again, less happy or more happy? That is, less happy is 1, more happy is 7. Done? And the next is, some people are generally very happy. They enjoy life regardless of what is going on. Getting what is going on, getting the most out of everything. To what extent does this characterization describe you? Again, 1 is not at all, 7 is a great deal. So that is, some people are very happy. And are you like that? That is the question. And the fourth one is, some people are generally not very happy. So the question is, do you one among them, or are you different from them? So another thing Lyubomirsky said is, although they are not depressed, they never seem as happy as they might be. I asked you to smile. I felt that you're not depressed, but then many are not smiling. So this is what Lyubomirsky asked. Are you happy? So there are many people are generally not very happy, some people. Okay. So to what extent does this characterization describe you? Not at all, a great deal. Done? So you can do the scoring now. What you can do is, only for the fourth item, reverse score. If you have marked 1, turn that as 7. Okay? Or turn a 7 into 1. Reverse scoring, because that is a negative item. Psychology students might be knowing you are studying these things. And compute the mean of 4 items. And then you tell me where is your happiness score. Subjective happiness score. You got it? Some of you have done, right? This side, you have done? Okay. So what you can do is, you can check your happiness score. You can keep it. So if your score is below 4.5, not very happy, you're less happy. And if your score is above 5.5, how many of those have done? How many of you have got a score above 5.5? Only one person? 2, 3? How many of you have done it? So many of you have not done it. But then, when you are doing it, just check what is your happiness level. This is what positive psychology does. In the sense, don't think everything we put it into self-report measures. No. There are other things. But then this is just for you to break the monotonous listening. I gave you this. Okay. So you got it right. Okay. So now the question is, what are the current research trends in positive psychology? There are many researches is being done in positive psychology. So it is, one is well-being research. And then well-being research in the sense, any positive construct. So it is something like, maybe your cognitive or your learning style and well-being. We can do a study. So this particular learning style has, what is the percentage of well-being? So your well-being, and we can connect with anything. Or it is something like you take a spirituality, whether it is causing well-being, or you take your positive relationships, then whether that enhances your well-being. You take your friendship, whether your friendship and well-being has a connection. So there are many things, and everything in positive psychology focuses on this well-being aspect. Is it giving, or do I feel good with it? When I do this, do I feel good? That is the thing. And then there is positive institutions. You might have heard about positive institutions, right? Nowadays, we talk a lot about positive schooling and all those things. No? Positive schooling. You might have heard about how Kengeri introduced certain positive schooling aspects in schools in Delhi, especially the public schools in Delhi. So the students have some periods where these positive skills are being taught. For example, kindness or gratitude or forgiveness. So there will be situations, or there will be certain classes, and then it is more like there are certain sessions. So the students, a certain situation, for example, an old man, students will act in such a way that an old man comes and he's standing in the bus. So one of the students will get up and give a seat. So through that, something like kindness, so that is what is actually inculcated among children. Can you follow me? So we give emphasis to positive institutions in research, and then positive organizations. And now it is how universities, well-being in universities, well-being in colleges, all those are those positive institutions. How this can help this particular institution. Okay. And then research on all topics of individual positive traits and subjective experience. So as I said, happiness and other positive emotions. There's a lot of research is being done in the field of happiness. Any of you have done research in the field of happiness? Okay, but then lot of research. How can we enhance the happiness level? So just now we used Lybomirsky scale. So through that, what we are seeing is how the subjective happiness as such can be increased. So Lybomirsky scale, through that you got a score. If your happiness score is below 4.5, that means your happiness level is less. But then there will be certain interventions done, and after that, when we check, probably maybe your happiness level may be above 5.5. Okay, so that way a lot of studies on happiness, and there is between countries. I myself involved in a happiness study, that is a cross-cultural study with Japan and Peru. So we are working on how the happiness aspects. That is, I'm working on how in India, I've already done certain happiness studies among farmers in India with a postdoc I have done. So that way, a lot of studies, happiness, then virtues and character strengths. Lot of studies on virtues. What is my positive traits? This I'll explain later. So these are gratitude. Many. Morning I asked you, how many of you said a thank you to somebody? How many of you said a thank you to somebody today? Did you say? So it is something like you are acknowledging the goodness of some other person. He was kind to you. He said thank you. He did some help to you. Morning, she got me a bottle of water. That act requires some acknowledgement, right? So that is what we look at gratitude. Anything, somebody smiles at you, you were very sad, you are very sad and somebody smiles at you. What do you feel then? Huh? What do you feel? You never experienced that. You never tried that maybe. So when somebody smiles at you, you smile back, right? Okay, so basically what happens is, it is a reciprocal behavior. In the sense, I acknowledge what you have done. Okay, so the affirmation of somebody's goodness, lot of research in the field of gratitude. And then positive relationships, I'll come to that later. Spirituality, religion, lot of studies in the field of spirituality and religion. The idea is spirituality or religiosity. When you talk about Indian well-being, that is the well-being of each one of us. When we look at our own traditions, belief system and everything, research says Indian well-being, we cannot talk without religion. Okay, so Indian well-being is connected very much with religion, whichever religion. Okay, so that way, then compassion, kindness, love, forgiveness, all those are positive emotions, emotional strategies, lot of research. And then hope and optimism, resilience. When you look at hope, optimism, resilience, all those are cognitive aspects. Okay, so I am in trouble. So then how can I help myself to come out of this trouble? So a lot of cognitive aspects, my thinking, my decision making, my planning, that is required. So I believe in my capacity. So the resilience comes through my capacity. So the situation is very adverse, difficult situation. When you look at, we had, I think, 2018 flood. In Kerala, we had flood, right? So how the actions of those fishermen as such, it is something like the resilience aspects. Okay, so that is to, again, in adverse situations, how courageous you are to take a decision to help somebody or help our own self or help the community. Okay, so the cognitive aspects, all these are positive psychology research areas. And then when we talk about the science of well-being, so I've told you positive psychology is the science of well-being. So what do you see in the picture? What do you see in the picture? Huh? Heart. Okay, a heart. Love. Okay. So what is the action? Huh? What is the action? That is taking care of the heart, right? Okay. Take care of yourself. So when we talk about well-being, the most important thing is every time well-being. You do walking, do exercise, eat healthy food. So everything is to take care of your most important organ in your body. Okay, so take care of yourself, well-being. So how do we take care of this? How do we take care of ourselves? You just look at the picture. Maybe you think positively, you do a lot of exercise. How do you take care of yourself? Maybe you eat healthy food, right? Or learn new skills. Sleep well. It's one way of taking care of our health, right? So there are many things we adopt according to what we can, what we think. But then Positive psychology, it talks about a scientific approach. How can we take care of ourselves, or how can we talk about well-being? I told you positive psychology is the science of well-being, or positive psychology, it is enhancing one's well-being. How do we enhance this well-being? So the first one is positive prevention. Are you familiar with the term? You may not be familiar with the term, but you are familiar with the term prevention, right? So we prevent something before the occurrence of it. Okay, we stop it before the occurrence of it. That is prevention. And in positive prevention, if you look at, you see, prevention is better than cure. Do you believe in that? How many of you believe in this? Prevention is better than cure. And now the question is, do we actually prevent certain things in our life? Do we prevent it? How can we do this prevention? So we have already discussed that the disease model gives emphasis to what? I'll see how many of you are here. Disease model. What is disease model? Disease model talks about what? Disease model says treating is better. Okay, you have an issue and I'm there to treat you. So I told you after World War II, psychologists were called as victimologists. You know what? Victimologists. There are many issues, many things like post-traumatic stress disorder, anxiety, depression, many other mental illness. Okay, so the job of psychologist was to look at a person and then just check if he has any issue. That is disease model. But then when positive psychology came up, positive psychology said, it is not the disease model. Don't look at if there is anything wrong with the person, but look at what is good in the person and how can we make use of that. So positive prevention is prevent it. That is before the occurrence. Again, I can tell you, during COVID time, pandemic, how many of you know Dr. C.J. John? Dr. C.J. John? Psychology students? Nobody knows. Dr. C.J. John is the most famous psychiatrist in Kerala. Any mental health doubts, issues, the government asked Dr. C.J. John. He conducts many studies in clubbing with the government. So during pandemic, many suicides occurred among children, students. But don't think the number was more. It was not more. NCRB says it is not more, but still suicides occurred among children. So then what Dr. C.J. John and other mental health people, mental health practitioners, what they said is, children, when they are at home with their parents, why the suicide rates are not coming down? Can you follow me? So why the suicide rates are not coming down? That was the question. So the only answer to that is positive prevention. So we psychologists say, why with parents? We talk about infant-mother attachment and all those things, and then what we say is, that is actually helping people to develop secure emotional security. And the idea again came up with this discussion is, it is because our children are lacking emotional security. Our children here in Kerala, our children again across India, then again in the US, people like Dr. Bruce Perry said, the same thing happening there also. Everywhere, children are lacking emotional security. What is the only solution? The only solution is positive prevention. So, in the sense, nurture the strengths in children. So, we have seen how Seligman and Nikki's conversation. So, there, what Seligman realized that it is not, I don't have to look at her negatives. I have to look at her positives, and then I have to work on what can be sustained. How can I help her to grow a strong individual? So she has strengths. You and me have strength, and we have to focus on that to actually develop ourselves as a good individual, strong individuals, emotionally secure individuals. So in positive prevention, what Seligman says, the use of human strengths. When I say use of human identification, I asked you, what are your strengths? And then I asked you, what he feels when he employs curiosity in some situations. Amplification. Okay. So these are the things. We have to nurture that. That is the best way to prevent. What he says, gives a lot of examples also, not examples, even research evidence. He says even schizophrenia can also be prevented. So the prevention approach, when we say, we know that that is vaccination, right? I don't know, the young ones, I don't know, but then you also would have taken COVID vaccination. We all thought COVID is going to take all of us away. So to protect ourselves, the prevention. So the same thing, psychologically, how we can do. If community psychology talks about this prevention model. In the sense, we can prevent before we fall into a particular pit. Okay, so that is what? The positive prevention. And then the second is positive psychotherapy. So this is basically, we identify again what is right and strong and good, and deploy what is best about them. So that is, Seligman says, it works as a buffer against complex experiences in a balanced way. On one side, when we are using it, for example, I nurture those positive emotions. I identify that these are the positive emotions what I have. When I nurture it, it is something like a positive psychotherapy. I'll give some exercise also. So then what happens is, it can actually enhance my well-being on one side, and at the same time, it can actually decrease my negative aspects, the illness side, okay, the illness or suffering. And then again, I asked you, are you all leading a good life? So you said, many of you didn't respond. Are you leading a good life? How many of you are sleeping now? Nobody. Very good. Okay. So, the question is, are you leading a good life? So, positive psychology's focus is on the good life. Seligman calls it as the good life. Okay. So, what is the good life? He says, using your signature strengths every day to produce authentic happiness and abundant gratification. Using your signature strengths. So what we have to do is discover and nurture character strengths, our own virtues. So now the question is, what are your signature strengths? Can you tell me what is good in you? What is good in you? Can you tell me? Yes? The one who is sitting next to, on the right side of sister. Okay. What is good in you? Can you reflect for a second what is good in you? And also after that you reflect what is good in your friend. Do you know what is good in your friend? No. Why she is your friend? Why she is your friend? We have never thought about that. We are friends. Why she is your friend? Maybe certain defining characteristics in her is making you her friend. But then we don't know what are those defining characteristics. So when I say positive psychology, again, the goal of positive psychology is self-awareness. I explore my own self. I learn more about me. When I learn more about me is I benefit, my friend benefits, and it is something like I am trying to bring a responsive society, a community living. Oh, it's time. Sure. Okay. So my session supposed to be started at 9:30, and that is how I have prepared my session. So it started, I think, around 10 o'clock. Yeah. And I have to stop. So this is what you can do is, one thing is, you look at, write down as many different positive things you can about yourself in a minute. You can do the exercise later. Okay. And then how do we identify the character strengths? So that is basically, there is a very good classification. So that is, you can find something like values in action inventory by Peterson and Seligman. Okay. So that is something like you can take the test here and use this character strengths daily to produce authentic happiness every day. That is what Seligman says, how we can make good life. So take this test, and the test will give you these results. There are 24 character strengths, and this 24 character strengths, basically, what happens is, it is coming under these 6 major virtues. And each person, when you are taking the test, what happens is, you will have certain top strengths, and then 1 to 3, 1 to 24 you will get. And how we can enhance our happiness level or positive prevention is, use 1 or 2 of your top strengths every day and look at. So consciously we have to use. Now when you are doing, you may get that your strength is kindness. And for this kindness, if at all, it is, you don't know whether you are doing certain actions. But then this is something like every day you are using it to bring kindness. And that is where your subjective well-being as such can be enhanced. Oh. Doesn't move? So it doesn't move? So I'll show 2 more slides and then I'll end the session. Okay, so this is something like, you see, the top strengths. This is actually from my students. This year they have done. So they've done this, and every day for 10 days they have used it. So this is what? You see, top strengths. So appreciation of beauty and excellence, and then love of learning. So they found that this is the top strength, and then it is every day, day one, what activity they do. This is what actually we can do. And after 10 days, it is something like many of them have said that their subjective happiness level as such got increased. So how positive psychology we have? Many universities providing positive psychology as a paper, but then as a major course, hardly one or two places we can find in India. But then there are positive psychology associations. One is Indian Association of Positive Psychology, and then National Positive Psychology Association. So these are, they are doing a lot of work, and you can be member of that and all those things. Yeah, well-being research is fast growing in India. Okay, thank you. I don't think there is time for some discussions. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for your captivating discussion on positive psychology. Your knowledge and enthusiasm for the topic made this session truly enlightening. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I would like to request Suresh sir to present Dr. Leemamol Matthew with a memento as a token of our love and gratitude. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
It's time for a short tea break. Dear participants, the tea has been arranged at the end of the auditorium. We humbly request to all to join us back with sharp 11 a.m. I repeat, by sharp 11 a.m. as we have an online session afterwards. And those who have not marked their attendance, please make sure to mark it at the registration counter. Thank you.
come together to form circuits that are relevant to behavior, and the multiple different types of that behavior puts together forms. The biological substrate of the brain, that's what we do as a cognitive neuroscientist. Two of the fundamental questions that we try to answer is, where in the brain is one particular function associated? Which part of the brain is this particular function is associated to? And we also try to understand how in the brain, that is how basically these biological units such as neurons work together to achieve these mental processes such as generation of language. So we are interested in understanding the location in the brain as well as the mechanisms in the brain. So we will be talking about these two aspects today. So today we will start with the history of neuroscience, and we'll go to some of the interesting stories that happened in the starting, and then we will understand some foundational concepts of neuroscience. Then we will look into the different modern techniques that we are studying now, that we are using now to study the brain. Then we will look at the neural mechanisms of vision and action. All right? So let's first look at the neuroscience in ancient times. The first writing about brain appeared around 1500 BC. Okay, the idea that the brain is the center for all of our thoughts, intelligence, and all the other aspects first came in around 570 BC, and it was first proposed by Pythagoras. Many of you might have heard of Pythagoras and have studied his theorems in mathematics. He was also one of the first neuroscientists. This idea is what is called as a cephalocentric hypothesis. That is, the thought processes, and according to Pythagoras, the soul were located in the brain. It was supported by Hippocrates, who is known as the father of modern medicine. But this idea, even though it was correct, was upturned by another idea that is called the cardiocentric hypothesis. Cardiocentric hypothesis says that heart is the organ of human mind, the seat of intelligence, emotions, and sensation. And this idea was supported by Aristotle. And we can see the effect of this hypothesis even now in our culture. And when we know that the feeling of love, which is often, it's all kinds of feelings that basically appear in our brain. It's all caused by our brain. But we denote the feeling of love is represented by heart. If you still use the words like heartbroken when somebody goes through a really bad phase, or you even use the word cold-blooded when somebody does perform something really, really cruel. So this idea that all these, even though we right now we know that many of these things are controlled, all of these things are controlled by the brain, this idea, this cardiocentric, the vestigial parts of this cardiocentric hypothesis still remains in our culture and in our language. Even this cardiocentric hypothesis did not last long. It was replaced by another hypothesis called the ventricular localization hypothesis. Ventricles are basically cavities inside the brain. They are fluid-filled cavities, and people at that time believed that these fluids were pumped through our veins, and that pumping of those fluids was what was causing movements in the muscle, and that fluids returning back to the brain is what is basically causing perception. So they basically believed that all mental and spiritual processes were localized in the ventricles of the brain. This was supported by Galen and Saint Augustine. And this was in the starting of the up to like 400, 500 AD. This was the hypothesis that was prevalent. The most modern or more modern scientific approaches to neurosciences started in 1500s. And the first thing was the anatomical approaches, which is basically looking at the postmortem tissue. And Andrea Vesalius, a Finnish scientist, he basically first showed that he is the first person who conducted careful and systematic observation of the brain through anatomical dissection. And he has also done a variety of brain dissections as well. This was around the year 1543. The most seminal work in neuroscience, which was basically laid down the foundation of neuroscience, was done by anatomists Camillo Golgi and Santiago Ramon Cajal. Golgi was a person who is a scientist who basically developed a new staining technique. He developed a technique to deposit silver inside brain cells. When you deposit silver inside the brain cells, that is after the person is dead and you're basically taking the postmortem tissue, and you do a chemical process and you can start depositing silver inside the brain cells. The neurons are specifically affected by this kind of a treatment, and it does not affect all the neurons. Some of the neurons are affected by this reaction. And once the silver gets deposited inside the neuron, it basically traces the whole part of the whole structure of the neuron can be beautifully seen by this. So this particular technique was used by Cajal, and he basically looked at different cells from the different parts of the brain. And this was some of the drawings that Cajal made. And here you can see that these beautiful paintings, or these beautiful drawings that Cajal made was by looking through the microscope of sections of postmortem tissue. So when he was basically going through these different cells, he found that these cells have certain patterns starts to emerge. And he put them all together to develop what we call as the neuronal doctrine. This is some of the foundational principles of neuroscience. So the first point in the neuronal doctrine is that, like all the other tissues in the brain is made up of individual cells, and he called them neurons. And he also said that neurons have specialized features such as dendrites, a cell body, and an axon. So these extensions that you're seeing here, I hope you are able to see the pointer here, the red dot. These are what we call as the dendrites, and this is a cell body. And this one small, tiny branch that comes out is what we call as an axon. And he also said that all these nerve fibers are outgrowth of the cell. So this is the cell body. It just basically grow out to basically form the dendrites as well as the axons. They also said that neurons differ in size and shape and in structure according to the location from where that particular section was taken. So here you can clearly see that this neuron, the shape of this neuron is very different from the shape of this neuron, and it is very different from the shape of this neuron here. These are all taken from different parts of the brain, and depending on the function, these neurons have different structure. Then they also put together, under the same principle of the neuronal doctrine, they also added some other ideas as well. So the fifth concept that they put together under the neuronal doctrine says that although axons can conduct in both directions, in tissue there is a preferred direction for the transmission from cell to cell. What does this mean? What is neurons transmitting? So people have found that the neurons have the ability to generate small electrical currents, very, very tiny electrical currents. And they found out this is because of this interesting chemical process that is happening around the neuron. So a neuron is made up of different kinds of organic molecules. So inside the neuron, there are so many, there are high concentrations of negatively charged organic molecules. And outside the neurons, there are so many potassium, sodium, and chloride ions. So this differences in the negative and positive, the concentration of sodium and potassium inside and outside the cell give rise to a particular level of voltage for the cell's membrane. So there is a larger amount of potassium inside the cell and a larger amount of sodium outside. So this difference in the concentration of these different ions basically give rise to a certain voltage at the level of the cell membrane. But these cells also had, these cells were not completely closed. These cells had these small gates or channels through which the sodium can come inside the cell and the potassium can go outside. So what happens when sodium enters inside the cell? When sodium enters inside the cell, because it's a positive ion, basically the voltage starts to increase. So it basically starts from this starting point where the voltage of the neuron was, it basically starts to become positive. When chloride ions enter inside, it goes the other way around. It basically starts to hyperpolarize the neuron. So people found that neurons have this particular fashion, particular sequence in which the sodium and this chloride ions open, and it gives rise to a particular kind of voltage signal on its membrane. So this is what we call as an action potential or a spike. This is the basis for everything that you are, that you see, that you touch, that you feel. Everything that we are doing as human beings, or in case of any other organism as well, any organism that has a nervous system, this particular change in voltage, this particular sequence in which these channels open, which is causing this kind of a voltage change, is the basis for everything that you observe in neuroscience. All our thoughts, all our emotions, feelings, everything is generated because of these electrical signals here. So what does this fifth doctrine, fifth principle says? That the axons can conduct in both directions, but in tissue, their preferred direction of transmission is from cell to cell. There's a preferred direction of transmission from cell to cell. They basically said that the electrical pulses, it basically moves from the dendrites, it goes to the cell body, and then it basically starts to move through into the axons. So this is the preferred direction. Always signals basically strands is always moves from dendrites, the soma, to the axons. And what happens when the signal basically reaches at the tip of this axon? So that was the sixth principle that was in the neuronal doctrine. It basically says that there is a barrier to the transmission that exists at the site of contact between two neurons. That means that the two neurons are not directly connected. So this is one neuron. So you can see that there is an electrical signal that is going through this. And here, when it is touching this other neuron here, you can see that there is a barrier here. There is no direct connection. So if there is no direct connection, how can the electrical signals go from one neuron to the other? And this separation is what we call as a synapse. You might have heard of this term synapse quite often. So here is what happens when the electrical signals come inside. It basically puts out some chemical molecules into this synapse, which is the space. And these molecules basically goes and binds to the receptors on the opposite side and starts the it just starts to generate electrical currents in the other one. So the whole of brain basically works in this principle of electricity as well as chemical in this electrochemical fashion. So in this region, the electrical currents are generated. It basically goes through the soma to the axons, and at the level of axons, it basically secretes a chemical which generates electricity again in the other neuron. So there is this sequence in which the electrical signals or information passes from one neuron to the other. So the seventh point in the neuronal doctrine, it says that if there is a contact between a cell like this, then this contact can be excitatory. That is, it can create more electrical current here, that is in the next neuron. Or it can be inhibitory, that is, it cannot generate another spike there. And in each nerve terminal, the release of a single neurotransmitter. This is the eighth concept, which people have now found is not true. So this is one of the basic fundamental principles of neuroscience. And although the neuronal doctrine talks always about neuron, it does not mean that that's the only cell type in the brain. There are other cells called the astrocytes, which are basically helping the neurons. They are more like helper cells. There is another group of cells called oligodendrocytes, which forms myelin around those axons. And then there is another group of cells called microglia, which fights infections that enters inside into the brain. So these are the different cell types inside the brain. So we basically talked about the neuronal doctrine, which is one of the fundamental principles in the neuroscience. Okay. Now let's look at the first question that cognitive neuroscientists try to study. Where in the brain is these mental processes located? Okay. The study of this was started in the early 18th century, around 1758, and it was started by Franz Joseph Gall. He talked about, he introduced a new concept called phrenology. Phrenology is based on the concept that brain is the organ of the mind, and the mind has a set of different mental faculties, with each faculty represented in the different area of the brain. So this is something that is very similar to what we call right now, what we understand right now. But the interesting part was that the different faculties that he talked about were completely different. So he talked about things like hope, spirituality, imitation. These were the different mental faculties that he talked about. And he told that these are all in the different parts of the brain. And he said that by looking at the shape of one person's skull, you can basically say that how much intelligent that person is, how much moral that person is, and all of those things can be understood by just looking at the shape of the skull. This idea is now considered as a pseudoscience. It's not scientific, it's a pseudoscience. But this idea that the mental faculty can be represented in the different parts of the brain, it laid a strong foundation to the modern day neuroscience. The first attempts to do a functional localization was done by doctors who were studying different kinds of patients. So there were a lot of patients during that time who had head trauma, that is injury to their heads, which is causing some sort of a problem in their brain. So one of the first interesting cases that was reported by this person called Paul Broca. He talked about a patient who had a stroke on his left hemisphere, and this patient can only speak one word, and that word is tan. He cannot speak any other word at all, and the only word that he can generate is tan. And there was another doctor called Wernicke. He presented cases, again, in which the patients had lesions in the left hemisphere, but they can speak, they can create more number of words, but they have trouble understanding the language. When somebody says something to them, they were unable to understand what was happening there. And when these patients died, both these doctors basically looked at their postmortem tissue and looked at their brains, and they found that this patient, who was able to produce only one word, had a problem in this part of the brain, in the frontal cortex, in the lower inferior frontal cortex, and he called that the Broca's area. And this basically says that this is the area that is responsible for generating language. That is allowing us to generate the speech. And Wernicke's patients, they had a lesion in a different part of the brain, which is basically called as the temporal lobe. And in this portion, the patients who had this lesion here, they can generate sounds, they can generate words, but they were not able to understand what somebody else is talking to them. So this basically says that the ability of language, that is the ability to produce language, is in a separate region, and the ability to understand and comprehend language is in a completely different part of the brain. This was a radical understanding at that point in time. This is also helped by another clinical study. This is a very interesting case called, this person's name is called Phineas Gage. He was a railroad worker. So railroad workers at that time, they had to bring down hills and stuff, rocks, explode rocks and stuff to lay down the railways. So he was basically packing explosives inside a hole, inside a rock. And when he was pushing the explosives with this iron rod, it accidentally caught fire and the whole thing exploded. What happened was that this iron bar basically entered into his brain. It entered behind his left cheek and went behind his ear and came out through the other side. Okay? Something like this. The ear entered through it and it just basically went behind the eyeball and came out. It basically destroyed completely the frontal part of his brain. But this person survived. He survived this accident, but his intellect and personality has been completely changed. He exhibited poor judgment. He became extremely impulsive, irritable, and he started to use extremely profane words. So this basically suggested that this part of the brain, the prefrontal cortex, it is the seat of personality. It's where emotions are there. It also helps in social interactions. And it is the seat of inhibitory control that is basically stopping us from doing unwanted things. So all of this is basically seated in this prefrontal part of the brain, which was damaged by this accident. So this was another profound understanding about the localization of a particular mental function to a particular part of the brain. There were also animal studies that was conducted during that time. People created lesions in the brains of dogs or injected small amount of electrical currents into the brains of monkeys. And they found in 1870s, they found a part of the brain called the motor cortex, which was helping in making motor movements. Another person called David Ferrier, he showed the existence of motor cortex and auditory cortex, that is the area that is responsible with vision. 1900s, we had a decent understanding about the gross functional anatomy of the brain. So it was basically hugely divided into this large part. The brain is this large part called the cerebrum, the small part called the cerebellum or the hindbrain, and this part here which is called the brainstem. Cerebellum is involved in helping you in coordinating your motor actions and stuff, and brainstem is involved in a lot of involuntary things like breathing, heartbeat, respiration, those kinds of involuntary things that you don't really control but are very, very critical for your survival. That is controlled by the different nuclei inside the brainstem. And cerebrum, this is where all the magic happens, everything that makes us human, that makes us different from all the other animals, that happens in this region. So cerebrum is divided into different lobes, and during these different cases, we saw different functions, different mental functions are mapped down to these different parts. Frontal lobe, in the case of Phineas Gage, you have seen that he had issues in personality, inhibition of behavior, then people also found the Broca's area is also inside the frontal lobe, and it's also relevant for generating motor actions. This part is called the temporal lobe. The lower part, the side part of the brain that is here is what we call as the temporal lobe, and it is important for understanding languages. It is important for hearing, sense of smell. It's important for recognizing all the people. Recognition, face recognition is a critical aspect of here. And it also has memory and has the centers for feeling. The parietal lobe has a sense of touch, sense of taste. It is important for spatial perception and visual perception, and it's also important for attention. And this entire back part of the brain, which is called the occipital lobe, is important for visual processing. That is that will allow us to see what is happening in the world. So by this, in the starting of the 19th century itself, there was scientists had a decent understanding where some of these mental functions were located inside the brain. But this was not a very easy task. The patients had so many patients had brain injuries, or they came with head injuries. But some of those patients developed symptoms, but some of them did not develop symptoms at all. Some of them had very severe symptoms, but some of them had very, very mild symptoms. So the doctors was extremely, extremely confused why this variability in all this behavior was happening. So now we know that this could be because the location of the lesion, where the injury happened, where the lesion happened inside the brain, could be slightly different in patients. And the extent of lesion, some people might have a larger lesion, and in some people might have much smaller lesion. That could account for the severity of symptoms. But the problem at that time was that until the patient died and the doctors had access to the postmortem brain tissue, they could not understand what was going on. So the progress at that time was extremely slow. But now, in the modern neuroscience community, we have a lot of new tools to look into these things. So that's what we are going to look at now, the modern techniques in neuroscience. So the first method is basically neuroimaging. That is the ability to look inside the human brain without opening it. That is while the patient is alive and you don't have to break open his skull, but you can just see it without doing any kind of invasive thing to the brain. And the most common method, the most common thing that neuroscientists use is the magnetic resonance imaging. It's the same MRI scanners that are the same MRI labs that you see in and around in multiple parts in your city. Is the same thing that we are using in research as well. So there are two different types of MRIs that are prevalently used in neuroscience. One is called a structural MRI, and that is based on the magnetic properties of water molecules. So that is basically help us to see what is happening inside it helps to see the structures of the brain. If a patient has some sort of lesions or some sort of injury in the brain, people use the structural imaging to see what is happening inside the brain. There is a second class of imaging, what we call as functional imaging, that help us to localize these different functions onto different parts of the brain. And that is basically based on the magnetic properties of hemoglobin. that is oxyhemoglobin and the deoxyhemoglobin. That's the two different that's the two different stages of hemoglobin, depending on if they are carrying an oxygen molecule or not. So if it is in the deoxyhemoglobin state, it is magnetic. This molecule is magnetic, and if it's in the if it is carrying oxygen, then it is a non-magnetic molecule. So if you consider that you're basically doing some task, okay, whatever the task is, some part of your brain is active, right? So when that part is active, that part is consuming oxygen there. So the amount of deoxyhemoglobin there is going to be higher. So there is going to be more amount of magnetic signal coming from that region. So just by looking at the difference in the oxyhemoglobin and the deoxyhemoglobin, you can basically understand where different task-related activation is there in the brain. Okay, this is a basic setup of an MRI. So it has a superconducting coil here, and there is a board. The patient basically goes inside the board, and there are different kinds of coils. If you have to do a structural MRI, the patient just stays still inside this board without doing anything, and you can get a nice image about the structure of the patient. But in the case of a functional MRI, the subject basically has to do a task, some sort of a task that the researcher basically designs. So there is going to be a period during which the subject is just lying inside without doing anything, or they might do some sort of a lower task, and then they would basically do an experiment here in this block. Then again they will rest. Again they will do experiment. Again rest. So in this particular fashion, there is going to be multiple blocks of rest and task. During rest as well as during task, there is the scanner is basically active, and it is basically scanning the contrast, the magnetic properties of hemoglobin and the magnetic properties of the hemoglobin. So based on these, so when there is a task, some part is going to be active, and you have a higher concentration of deoxyhemoglobin there. The magnetic signals are going to be higher there. And when you subtract that from this rest phase, you can actually see the area where the activation is. Okay, let's see a situation that has been used to understand the language processing. This is a subject. He is a left-handed subject, 42 years old, and he presented with headaches, and he had some sort of speech disorders. Okay, and when he came to the clinic, the doctors asked him to do this task. Okay, the task is basically, you are shown something on the screen. It's basically a book. Then he basically have to say what you can do with it. When he sees a book, he says read. And it is TV, he says watch. So a noun is given on the screen, and the subject basically has to come up with the verb, what he can basically do with it. A verb that he can do with that object. Bread, eat, chair, sit, water, swim. So they basically had this noun verb association here. That is what the subjects were supposed to do when they have a task. And this is a controlled task when they were just listening to tones, which are high tones or low tones. Okay, and then we can basically subtract the activation that is happening during these two time intervals, and you can see where all the brain is active. And in this patient, in the structural imaging case, where it was done just to see the shape of the brain, doctors found that in this part of the brain, there is a difference which is basically created by the lesion, some sort of a lesion. That is the reason he had these headaches and speech disorders. But interestingly, in this task, he found that in the left Broca's area, when the subject was basically generating these sounds, this region was getting active. There was more amount of deoxyhemoglobin there, so this area gets lighted up like this. So this basically shows that this area was active for doing this doing this task. And they also found activation in both sides in both hemispheres in the area corresponding to the Wernicke's area. But interestingly, you can see that the lesion area and the region where the activation was happening is slightly different. So this is not, so this study basically told the researchers that this speech disorder is not because of the Broca's area or because of the Wernicke's area. It could be because of a damage in this region, which also has some sort of speech-related function, which was not known before. Okay, so this is how the current neuroscience is done with with neuroimaging modalities. There are also other methods, which is basically called the neurophysiology. This is the method that I use constantly in my lab. That is basically monitor the subtle changes of electrical properties of the neurons. So I told you earlier that the neurons have the ability to generate electrical signals, and which is the basis for all the things that we see and do and all of those things. So to look at these electrical properties of the neurons, you basically insert a very, very thin metal electrode inside into the brain. And then you can basically connect that to an amplifier, and you can start listening to these electrical signals that is happening. So typically in the lab, we use monkeys. So the monkey would be sitting inside a chair, inside a custom created chair like this, and he will be seeing something on the screen. Sometimes he would be just looking at the screen and at the center of the screen, and different kinds of visual objects would be placed around it. Or sometimes he would be doing some sort of a task, which is like a video game. And he would be basically telling us what is presented on the screen by pressing this lever here. And if he does it correctly, he gets a juice. And that is to motivate him to do more and more number of trials. And when that happens, we are basically recording the neural activity from its brain, and that is what we are basically doing here. So this is one of the very, very robust technique that is currently being used in the neuroscience. And this is the kind of signals that we are basically getting out from the brain. So this is what we call as a single action potential. And typically to denote this, we basically put a mark at whichever time point we see a spike, we basically put a tick mark like this, okay? And this is a situation, and each of these row that you're seeing on the top is basically a trial. And here you can see that when a stimulus was given, the stimulus could be an object appearing on the screen, it could be an auditory signal, it could be somebody touching him, it could be some sort of a signal, some sort of a stimulation that happened to the animal. And here you can see that when it is after that stimulation happened, that particular neuron starts to fire, starts to produce more number of these spikes. And that is what you can see clearly here. This is what we call as an excitatory neuron. This neuron is actually getting excited when it is seeing the stimulus that is there that the monkey is experiencing. And this is another class of neurons, which is basically stopping to fire. It has very high firing in the starting. And when it sees something, or when it receives signals from the other neuron, it basically stops firing. And this class of neurons are what we call as inhibitory neurons. And this is all in response to some sort of an external stimulation. This is one of the most prevalently used technique in neuroscience lab now. So let's look at using this neurophysiology to understand the process of decision-making. Right? Decision-making is a very, very important component of the brain, okay? So, of the mind. So we have to look at where these decisions are being computed inside the brain. So in this case, we have a monkey here sitting, and this is the screen that the monkey is seeing, okay? So the monkey is shown two targets, the left and the right targets, and then he is basically shown a bunch of dots like this. So these dots are moving in some direction. It can move randomly in different directions. And the monkey's job is to tell us which direction these dots are moving. Okay, if it finds that the dots are moving into the right side, then the monkey will make an eye movement. It will start looking at this rightward target. If the dots are moving to the left side, the monkey will make a movement towards the left. So monkey is showing us what his decision is. He's basically looking at this signal, this, and he's making a decision about what is the direction of motion by looking at this pattern that is shown on the screen, and he's telling us what his decision is by looking at the right side. Okay, and as experimenters, what we do is basically change the strength of motion, like how many number of dots move in different directions. If all of these dots are moving in one direction, it's very easy to detect that the dots are all moving in towards the right in this case. So the monkey can make really fast decisions. What happens if 50% of the times the dots are in one direction and the other moving in the other side? Half of the dots move in one direction and the half of them move in a completely other direction. So the monkey would perform it at 50%, right? It would choose either left or right with equal probability. And when it is at 0%, the monkey will have, it will be very, very hard for the monkey to detect which direction to go. So that is the behavior that you can see here, which is being quantified here. So when it is 100%, the monkey is very easily making really accurate decisions. But when the percentage of this dots that is going is when there is a reduction in motion coherence, you can see that he is starting to make more and more errors. So this is a very clear behavior that is there. And you can also see that the monkey is able to make very, very fast decisions very, very fast decisions when there is more motion coherence. So now let's look at the two regions in the brain that are basically representing this motion information and this decision. Okay, so this is an area in the brain called mediotemporal cortex. It represents the motion that the animal is seeing. And here you can see that this neuron is actually firing the highest when there is very large amount of motion coherence. And as the motion coherence decreases, you can see that there is the different level of activity. So the amount of motion is there in the stimulus, in the external world, is represented by the neural activity of these neurons here. And this is the neural activity in a different part of the brain called lateral interparietal area. And this is what is basically, this region is what is basically making the decision. And here you can see that this neuron is slowly starting to fire more and more. And if there is greater motion strength, this neuron is actually firing, it is increasing its firing rate much faster, and it is allowing it to reach decisions much faster. So the behavior that you saw, that when there is more motion, the monkey is able to make faster decisions, is because this neuron is able to integrate this motion to reach this decision bound faster. So this process, this neuron is a decision neuron for this particular task here. So here you can see that how neurophysiology is used to basically represent an external stimulus, that is the motion in one region and the decision in another part of the brain. So using this neurophysiology, we can basically look at the mechanisms of vision. So vision is basically the process by which we have to extract information about the object that is placed outside in the environment. We have to identify the location of the object, what that object is, what is the color of that object, size, motion, depth, etc. These are the different information about this object that we have to recognize from using the process of vision. Okay, and as you know, the vision basically starts in the eyes, in the retina, and inside retina, there is a bunch of cells like these. There are photoreceptors, which you might have heard before, the cones and rods, which are responsible for converting this light signal. The light that is entering inside, they are converted into electrical signals by these rods and cones. So the light enters inside into the retina, and the photoreceptors here basically converts them into electrical signals. And these cells here basically basically do a bunch of computation, and it generates a neural signal that is basically taken to the brain. So this first step is what we call as transduction. These are the cones, the photoreceptors, which are called the rods and cones, and they show when there is a dark object and it basically goes to the light, they produces some voltage changes. It basically, there is a reduction in voltage when things move from dark to light. And when it moves from light to dark, there is an increase in the voltage. And this voltage is what is basically converted into spikes, and which is what basically processed by the brain. So this is the output of the retinal ganglion cell, and the output basically behaves slightly different from the input cells. It starts to fire, starts to make spikes here. And like if there is a spot of light in the center like this, you can see that this neuron is basically firing a lot of spikes. And if we increase the size of that ring, you can see that this neuron is starting to become it spikes lesser. And when there's a dark spot in the middle and there is just a ring of light here, this neuron suddenly becomes completely quiet. So here you can see that depending on how the light is configured, you can see that the behavior of the neuron is changing according to how the light is configured. So you can see here that this is how the neuron is trying to represent what is outside in the world in these spike trains. And this information basically goes to the visual cortex, which is in the backside of the brain. And when people record it from the visual cortex with the same stimulus, they found that the neurons there are not responding, but instead they're starting to respond to more complex stimulus, which is a bar of light instead of a spot. And here you can see that this neuron is actually firing for this particular orientation of the bar, and it's starting to fire less for all the other orientations, which is shown in this graph here. So when we go objects combine to form simple objects. And when you go to an even higher brain region, it is called the inferior temporal cortex, it starts to respond to phases. This is a neuron that we have basically recorded from the inferior temporal cortex. Here you can see that this neuron is firing the highest for this particular drum, from this particular object, the drum. And this neuron is basically firing the highest for this ship, and not for pen or for the racket or for the bugle. So you can see that how as we go higher and higher in the brain, the neurons are responding to more and more complex objects. And this is another neuron which basically responds only to the presence, only to the image of this hand. Even something that is in the shape of the hand, like a fork or something like that, it does not respond. It only responds to the hand. And that too, if you look at it, it is responding to the the inside surface of the hand more compared to the outer surface. So there is this extreme, highly sophisticated representation of the hand inside the brain. And this is another even higher area, which is called in the hippocampus, where they have shown while the patient was undergoing a surgery, a human patient was undergoing surgery, they were shown different personalities. And this is a neuron that starts responding only to the photo of this particular actor. I'm pretty sure that you might not be able to recognize this person from here. This is the actor Halle Berry, and you can see that this neuron was responding only to the photo of Halle Berry. Even a cartoon of her, which this neuron was firing. Even when shown a picture of Catwoman, which is one of the characters that Halle Berry acted, you can see that this neuron was firing. Even to the written name, when her name was written on the screen, the neurons also fired for that. So this particular neuron is firing for the concept called Halle Berry. If this experiment was conducted in Kerala, probably you would found a neuron for Mohanlal or a neuron for Mammootty in this. So if you look at the visual processing that happens in the brain, you can see that there are the retina, it responds only to simple things. And then when you are going more and more to the higher and higher centers of the brain, it starts to represent more and more complex features. And finally, it starts to help us in the identification. And you can see that a lot of different brain regions are involved in this process of visual perception. Similarly, if you look at the neural mechanisms of motor actions, we can see that human beings, we are able to generate a bunch of different actions. We can perform a variety of actions. And this is all helping because of the versatile muscular system that we have, and which is controlled by our brain, the spinal cord, and the peripheral nervous system. And there are extreme complexities in movement generations, which can be basically called as the problem in selection, because we have the ability to generate a bunch of different movement. The brain has the problem of selecting the right action in the right context. And it also has to plan a sequence of components required to accomplish a task. For example, if you decided to basically go and get a glass of water, you basically have to do a bunch of subtasks, like basically getting out of the auditorium, identifying a place where you can find water, find a glass, and then drink and put it back. So there is a sequence of individual actions that needs to be done to accomplish this task. So the brain actually has to sequence these components to accomplish a task. This is the highest level of motor preparation, which is the highest level. Then the brain also has the problem of identifying the targets from the visual information that is provided by the retina. It also has a problem of sensing what is the current position of the body with respect, and it also has to plan the upcoming movement, the speed with which a movement has to be done, the trajectory with which it has to be executed. So the brain has to tackle all these different aspects, which is what a middle level problem. And in the third, it has to recruit the right set of muscles to get the planned action to happen. It has to coordinate the activation of the muscles. Like, for example, if you're basically going to take a cup of water, it has to start activating the shoulder muscles first, then followed by the hand, and then finally the finger muscles. That proper sequence of activation of muscles has to be done to actually help you to grab a glass of water. It also needs to monitor and the feedback, that is the signals that is coming back from our sense of touch and other haptic feedback. And when you are making a movement, when you are basically trying to grab something, your balance of your body basically shifts. and you have to also adjust the posture to compensate for this intended motion. This is the very lowest level of this. So you can see that the brain has to perform a variety of hierarchic, have to solve a variety of problems to generate these to even generate even the simplest of the actions, and this is called the motor control hierarchy. And we probably do not have the time to basically go into all of these different aspects, but I will just tell you from a very overarching view here. The highest level of the strategy or the plan is basically generated by the areas in the prefrontal cortex, basal ganglia, and the parietal cortex. The middle level part, which is the tactics associated with it, is developed by the motor cortex and by the cerebellum. And the lowest level execution is controlled by brainstem and the spinal cord. You can see that, this is a very complex network of multiple different brain regions that is involved in generating motor actions. So if you study if you look at the examples of motor control as well as the example of vision, you can see that all these processes requires not just one single brain region. It requires a bunch of different interconnected brain regions are required for involved in generating all these things. So now people understands that this idea of mapping these individual modules of the brain or of the mind into the specific into the specific locations in the brain might not be the right approach. Right now, people consider that there are these networks of different brain regions which work together to generate a particular action, to generate a particular mental function. And there are multiple such networks which interact together with each other to generate what we call as the mind. All right. Thank you. That's all I have for you today. This was a very overarching view of neuroscience, a very simplified and overarching sampler of neuroscience in some sense. This is the topics that I've talked to you about. It's basically like another coursework, probably lasting for 6 months or something more, but which I've tried to compress into a 1 hour talk. So I am pretty sure there was some places which was a little not clear. So if you have any questions, you can basically ask that now. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Your knowledge of neuroscience was truly insightful. We are grateful for the opportunity to learn from your presentation and intriguing concepts. Thank you very much, sir.
I'm currently working as an assistant professor at MES Arts and Science College, Perindalmanna. I'm here to present my paper on the effect of hemispheric dominance on reaction time. So, what's hemispheric dominance? As we all know, hemispheric dominance is the differential ability to use the right or left hemispheres of our brain. So, in this current study, we are checking whether the hemispheric dominance has any effect on the reaction time. Both visual and auditory reaction times are taken into consideration. So, what are the research questions? We are trying to answer mainly three research questions through this study. The first one is, does the hemispheric dominance affect reaction times differently among right, left, and whole brain dominant individuals? The second question is, how does reaction time vary between simple, choice, and discrimination tasks? And the third one is there a notable difference in reaction time between visual and auditory stimuli? So, the general hypothesis of the study was whether there is any significant difference between left, right, and whole dominant individuals in terms of visual and auditory reaction times. Moving on to the need and significance of the study. The need of the study or the significance of the current study is that it contributes to our understandings of hemispheric specializations and its effect on cognitive performance. Also, it tests the validity of the prevalent belief that the right hemisphere is usually related to sensory modalities when compared to the left hemisphere. So, we are testing the theory methodology. The research design was descriptive, and we collected a sample of 40 postgraduate students who were all studying in Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, which consisted of 21 males and 19 females, and it ensured a balanced representation of genders. The inclusion and exclusion criteria. The criteria for inclusion were strictly adhered to, selecting only those with clear hemispheric dominance and without any intellectual disabilities. PhD and MPhil students of MG University were excluded. The instrument used to test hemispheric dominance was SOLAD questionnaire, or the Style of Learning and Thinking questionnaire, which was originally developed by Terence and standardized by Dr. D. Venkatraman. The reliability and validity of the scale was sufficient. On the second part, we conducted an experiment to assess the visual and auditory reaction time of the participants. For that, we used the experiments from APA's online laboratory. The participants provided informed consent. They completed the SOLAD questionnaire, and then they have done two experiments, one for visual reaction time and the second one for auditory reaction time. Each experiment consisted of 3 tasks, each assessing simple reaction time, choice reaction time, and discrimination reaction time. Moving on to the results. In visual reaction time, it was found that there was significant difference between right and left hemisphere and between left and whole hemisphere. When compared the results, the right hemisphere individuals were better at reaction time than the left hemisphere individuals, and the whole hemisphere, whole dominant individuals were better at reaction time than the left dominant individuals. The analysis was done through the 20th version of SPSS, and the statistical techniques done were ANOVA and post-hoc tests. Moving on to the auditory reaction time results, it was found that there was significant difference between right, left, and whole hemispheric dominance, with right dominant individuals leading in reaction time. However, it was only true for simple and choice or auditory reaction time. In the case of discrimination tasks, there was no significant difference. So, the conclusive findings, so the conclusion of the study. there was mainly two conclusions which was derived from this study. First one, the hemispheric dominance significantly affects the reaction time, with right dominant showing faster responses in both modalities. And the second conclusion was the whole hemispheric dominant individuals outperformed left hemisphere dominant individuals in symbol and choice tasks, but not in discrimination tasks, where no change or no difference was found. So the research correctly supports a theory of hemispheric specialization and lateralization, which states that the right hemisphere excels in parallel holistic processing of visual and sensory stimuli. Limitations: only a small sample was collected because of the COVID-19 and the potential confounding factors such as age, fatigue, distraction were not considered during this time. Also, there was a lack of control group and random assignment. The accuracy of the experimental measurements were not correct. And the recommendations, mainly three recommendations. First one, we should expand the sample size. Next, we should be able to control the confounding variables for better results. And the third one, we can use better reaction time measurements and utilize brain imaging or neuropsychological techniques for better results. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. I'll call upon Elder Paul, interpersonal dependency, assertiveness, and self-efficacy in birth order among emerging adults. Thank you.
A warm and pleasant good afternoon to each and every one of you gathered here. Myself Elder Paul. I am here to present my study on the topic interpersonal dependency, assertiveness, and self-efficacy in birth order among emerging adults. So here are some of the key terms which had been used in the study. Some of you have heard emerging adulthood. The term has been coined by Jeffrey Arnott in 2000, and it is generally coined to denote people which belongs to the age of 18 to 25 years of old, and birth order, which is defined as the person's rank or order by age among his or her siblings. And interpersonal dependency is a complex of thoughts, beliefs, feelings, and behaviors revolving around needs to associate closely with valued other people. Assertiveness is the ability to honestly express one's opinions, feelings, attitudes, and rights without any undue anxiety in a way that doesn't infringe the right of others. Self-efficacy is the belief in one's ability to influence events that may affect his or her life. So here is the need and context of the study. To explore whether birth order could influence interpersonal dependency, assertiveness, and self-efficacy, so that if there exists any kind of relationship, it could be an additional advantage to the existing literature, and especially that too in India that doesn't do much works in the field of birth order. and to understand the psychological experience of the emerging adults. So it will give an awareness and preparedness for the people to give a proper ample time for them to for the transition period from adulthood, from adolescence to adulthood. So now, this is the objectives of the study, to examine whether there exists a difference in interpersonal dependency in relationship birth order among emerging adults, also with kind of assertiveness and self-efficacy in relation to birth order among emerging adults. Also, this study examines the relationship between self-efficacy and interpersonal dependency among emerging adults. So research methods, and the research consists of 180 participants. The research has been conducted to 180 participants, 122 females and 58 males. And the criteria for inclusions was the people was from emerging adults, and both the genders were included, and exclusion criteria was also mentioned. And the research design was quantitative correlational research, and data collection was collected through survey method, and the sampling technique used was purposive sampling method. And the procedure for the study was providing the personal data sheet, interpersonal dependency inventory, assertiveness style profile, and self-efficacy scale through survey method, and the questionnaire was provided as Google Forms, and it has been spread through social media platforms. And the analysis for the test was done through ABM SPS statistics, and the analysis which were used was correlational analysis, chi-score analysis, and one-way ANOVA analysis. The result and discussion. This is the pie chart on birth order, and this consists of number of firstborn, middleborn, lastborn, and singleborn, which indicates that there are 87 firstborn, and there are 19 middleborn and 55 lastborn, and 19 singleborn children were there. And this is the column on assertiveness style. There are 4 types of assertiveness styles, and the first of 20, there were then the 180 participants, 24 were aggressively controlling, 40 were firmly asserting, and 26 were passively observing, and the 90, which comprises of 50% of the population, were warmly proposing assertiveness style. And the first correlation between interpersonal dependency and self-efficacy table is given here. The correlation coefficient was minus 0.154, which is below 0.0, and the significant value was 0.039. So the table indicates that there exists a negative relationship between interpersonal dependency and self-efficacy. And this is differences in interpersonal dependency and self-efficacy based on birth order. One-way ANOVA was used, and their significance value between interpersonal dependency and birth order was 0.425, and the significance value between self-efficacy and birth order was 0.695. So the table indicates that there exist no differences in interpersonal dependency and self-efficacy based on birth order. And figure 3 indicates the column of birth order and assertiveness style. And the table 3 is relationship between birth order and assertiveness style. The chi-score test was used, and the chi-score value was 0.287, so not statistically significant, and it indicates that there exists no significant relationship between birth order and assertiveness style among emerging adults. So the conclusion of the study was there exists no significant difference in the level of interpersonal dependency based on birth order among emerging adults. There exists no significant relationship between assertiveness and birth order among emerging adults, and there exists no significant difference in the level of self-efficacy based on birth order, and there exists a significant negative relationship between interpersonal dependency and self-efficacy among emerging adults. And the limitations and implications of the study was like the quality of sibling relationship is not evaluated. It does not differentiate the sibling compositions. Parenting styles and family environment were not evaluated. Participants' medical issues like specific psychiatric disorders, environmental stresses, and trauma experiences were not assessed. Limited sample size and online mode of data collection was a hindrance for the study. And that's all from. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Okay, thank you. Now, next one is Amelia Dibu. She'll be presenting on social connectedness and psychological well-being of employee who work remotely. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Imagine you're working from home and your office is your living room, and your colleagues are on a computer screen. Yes, that's remote work. Today, we're going to try and understand how this new way of working, that is remote work, affects our social relationships and how it can affect our psychological well-being as well. And as Sir said, I am Amelia Dibu, and I'm a final year BSc Psychology student from Christ University, Bangalore. And today I'll be presenting my paper on social connectedness and psychological well-being of employees who work remotely. All right, so even though remote work existed way before, but I guess it started its momentum after pandemic. And it's known for its flexibility and convenience, right? And today, we'll see if it has any other effect on our social relationship. It's not to have so many pros and cons, and that is why we're going to explore that today. All right. Introduction is what I just mentioned right now, and we'll be focusing on 3 different variables. First one being remote work, and second one is social connectedness, and psychological well-being being the final one. We'll skip past the review of literature. All right, moving on to methods. In methods, we have participants. 10 samples were collected. These remote workers were approached through emails and by face-to-face interactions. I used a purposive sampling to collect them, and all 10 of them are from India or abroad with an experience of 3 years, and they have no previous records of depression or disorders. And we can see a table of the demographics below as well. Okay, moving on to assessments. For assessment, I used semi-structured methodology to prepare the interview schedule. After going through multiple ROLs, which were based on well-being, then work-life balance, and social relationships. Out of all the semi-structured questions, there were 7 of them. Other than the 7 semi-structured questions, there were multiple open-ended questions to it, and it was created in such a way that it was flexible for both in-person as well as remote settings. Next one, we have procedure. During the interview, they were briefed and informed consents were taken, and yeah, they were either contacted through phone or through face-to-face interaction. Next, we have data processing and analysis. So the whole study is an exploratory study, and I used thematic analysis and qualitative research to identify, analyze, and interpret the recurring themes. And it was obtained from the interview transcripts, and a detailed thematic map was also created to illustrate the relationship between all the themes. We'll see that now. All right, research. As you can see in the research, there are 11 themes emerging from the remote work. The first one being social connectedness, and the second one is psychological well-being. And all the 2 primary research topics are subdivided into 3 different sub-themes. And we'll see all of them one by one. And other than the sub-themes, there are a set of overarching themes. And do you guys know what overarching themes are? Well, I'll say overarching themes are themes which are related to all of the primary research topics, and it's not exclusive for any one particular primary research. And under the overarching themes, we have 3 different overarching themes. First one being overworking. Overworking is a very common trend that we see in remote workers. Since we don't have a fixed work schedule, we tend to go beyond our schedule and work. I have seen many cases where people work even on vacations. So overworking is one of the trend. And second one being procrastination. It was found that people tend to postpone their work. When we are home, we tend to do our chores in between, or like for couples with kids, they tend to take care of their kids in between and tend to procrastinate they keep their work for later. So second one is procrastination and preference for remote work. So out of the 10 interviews, mostly like 9 interviewees were preferring remote work over offline, and we'll see why in the coming slides. Moving on to the primary research area, the first one is social connectedness. So under social connectedness, there are 3 different themes. First one is social interaction. In social interaction, we know social communication is very important since especially for the remote employees, it is necessary to stay connected with others to avoid a feeling of isolation or loneliness. And they can follow multiple methods to stay connected. Either they can call someone or they can go meet someone. Second one is team assistance, and having a helpful team can reassure them and have a better dynamics in the office. Then third one is flexibility of work. So one of the most important factors inside social connectedness is flexibility of the work schedule. Then the second primary research area is psychological well-being. The psychological well-being, we have work-life balance, where we talk about the importance of managing boundaries between personal life and work life. Then the second one is job satisfaction. When interviewed, most of the interviewees were comfortable with their remote work, so they all were satisfied. Then coping mechanism, finally coping mechanism. Under coping mechanism, we talked about importance for dealing with the stress when you work from home. Then conclusion. Conclusion is basically the summary of what we have talked so far. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. We'll move on to next presenter, Adwin Narang. Sorry. She is actually presenting in Holiday to Hell, How Flight Anxiety and Aggression Lead to Air Rain, a pilot study. Please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. I am Advika and I am a final year student from KRISHNA, Bangalore. So I'm sure a lot of you would have seen a reel going around Instagram of a man who slapped a pilot during an announcement. So that is one of the most recent cases of air rage that occurred in Indigo Airlines that was delayed for over 13 hours. And so considering this rise in the number of air rage cases, it is important to understand why this happens. So my research here is titled How Holiday to Hell and How Flight Anxiety and Aggression Lead to Air Rage. Okay, so introduction is basically what I mentioned. Air rage is also known as disruptive airline passenger behavior, which mainly consists of cases like the one in Indigo or, causing harm to the aircraft or other passengers. I'll skip through the ROL. Basically, I have 4 studies. There are no studies that combine both flight anxiety and air rage, flight anxiety and aggression, and how they lead to air rage. So these mainly discuss the causes of disruptive airline passenger behavior. Okay, so coming to methods, since this is a pilot study, the sample size was 54, and it consisted of middle to late adulthood, which is above the years of 32. And so this study was done with the help of 2 questionnaires, which is the Bus-Perry Aggression Questionnaire, which consists of 4 subscales, which measure physical, verbal aggression, and anger and hostility. So, and the second one was the flight anxiety situations questionnaire, which also measures 3 different subtypes of flight anxiety, which is pre-boarding, in-flight, and generalized anxiety. And so the data was collected through Google Forms, and convenience and snowball sampling was used. Here, you can see that the data is normally distributed for all the subscales of aggression and flight anxiety. The Pearson correlation showed that there is no significant correlation between flight anxiety and aggression. And so I also conducted a t-test, which was consistent with the results of the Pearson correlation, which show that there is no significant correlation. And as you can see, there is also no significant gender difference between both flight anxiety and aggression. So these results are consistent with a study conducted in 2018 by Bjorkwitz, which stated that the closer a mammal is to man, the less is the influence of testosterone on aggression. And another study conducted by Daly showed that the levels of testosterone decrease during the middle adulthood period, which is the age of my sample. And to understand this better, I went through the descriptives of total aggression and flight anxiety by gender. So you can see here that the mean for aggression is not very different for both males and females. So it is about 75.6 for males and 73.4 for females. Whereas when you look at flight anxiety, there is a difference between males and females. So the male is comparatively lower and females are higher at 54.9. And this is also consistent with the results of another study by Lewinson, which showed that by about the age of 6, females are twice as more likely to have experienced anxiety. And so the sample was also divided into 2 groups, which is their frequency of flying, which is either 0 to 5 times or more than 5 times. And yes, sorry. Yes, this one. And you can see that in anticipatory anxiety, it is the same for males and same for the people who flew over 5 times and for the people who fly less than 5 times per year. But there is a difference in the generalized flight anxiety and in-flight anxiety. And so the people who have flown less than 5 times per year tend to have higher in-flight anxiety and generalized flight anxiety. And also coming to the subscales for the flight anxiety situations by gender, you can see that the females have scored higher in all 3 subscales as compared to males. And for aggression, again, there is not a lot of difference in the subscales, although males have scored higher in total verbal aggression. Okay, so results. Results is what I mentioned. There is no significant correlation. But despite that, further research is needed to understand the biological and neural correlates and other factors like intoxication and other health factors that may affect the likelihood of an air rage incident. Yes. Yes, so to conclude, for future research could focus more on the physiological symptoms of flight anxiety. This is needed to form proper legal interventions that safeguard both the crew and the passenger without compromising the reputation of the airline itself. And finally, the limitations of this study would be that this gives a less detailed picture of disruptive airline passenger behavior. It oversimplifies it and there is lack of consideration of other factors like health and intoxication and psychiatric illnesses.
Any questions? Okay, let's move on to the next presenter, Aparna Raj. She will be presenting on personality traits and their impact on consumer decision-making style among college students. Please.
So, good afternoon, everyone present here. I'm Aparna Raj, pursuing BSc Psychology in Christ University, Bangalore. So, the title of my paper is Personality Trait and Their Impact on Consumer Decision-Making Styles Among College Students. So, a survey by ASSOCHAM estimated that Indian students almost spent about 30 billion on retail purchase in 2017, and this has been a steady growth since then. The abundance of youth in our country makes them an attractive target segment for various brands and industries in India. The aim of my study was to understand the impact of introversion and extroversion on consumer decision of college students. A study conducted by Moven suggested that personality traits does have an impact on shopping choices of people. And then Sproles and Kendall, they have given a brilliant framework on consumer decision-making style in 1986. So for my study, I had gone with null hypothesis. That is, there is no significant difference or correlation between both of my variables. So I have used convenience sampling method to recruit my participants for the study. So there were about 210 students as the sample size. They were all college students. The ages ranging from 18 to 23, and this was the male and female ratio of my participants. So 105 participants were classified as introverts and 105 were classified as extroverts. So for this study, I have gone with quantitative research design. I used ISENC personality questionnaire brief version by Sato, which was redesigned in 2005 just to measure introversion and extroversion. And then consumer decision-making styles. Consumer decision-making style inventory by Tangsale and colleagues was also used, and it has 7 different subscales, which are recreational, hedonistic, perfectionist, novelty, fashion, brand conscious, habitual, brand loyal, confused by overchoice, and shopping avoidance consumer. So I did the data analysis using Mann-Whitney U-test and Spearman correlation. The results of my study. So as the table shows, so firstly, the data, the assumption of normality was not met, so I had to go with Mann-Whitney U-test. Using that, it was found that there was a lack of significant difference except for confusion by overchoice among extroverted people. And then the introversion and extroversion dimension does not have any strong or systematic relationship with consumer decision-making style. And then this is the Spearman correlation table, and it shows that there is a very negligible correlation, which is like ranging from minus 0.03 to 0.23. So the discussion of my study is that the findings of my study provide limited evidence on how personality difference exists in college students when they make a consumer decision. And then the extroverted individuals show a greater tendency to feel confused when they are given like a variety of options when they have to make a purchase. The limitation of my study was that there could have been self-report bias, and then there was a heavy reliance on convenience sampling, as I used both offline and online methods to collect data. There was, and then since the sample of my study was just 210, and there is like an abundant college student population in our India, it lowers the generalizability of this particular topic. The implication and recommendation for my study is that the future research should investigate whether introversion or extroversion, like how they emerge as a significant factor in more specific purchasing contexts, like purchasing online and offline. And then there should be also conduction of research with a larger and more representative sample of Indian consumers. And then there can also be collection of data and analysis of personality factors beyond introversion and extroversion. For example, uniqueness and closeness of an individual can also be used as a variable for their study. And then the last recommendation is that we can determine whether these findings can replicate across broader adult consumer, not just the college students. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Lakshmi Suryakanti and Govardhanam, the power of hashtag analyzing the psychological impact of social media hashtags on mob formation behavior. Thank you.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Today, our presentation delves into the intricacy world of social media hashtags and their profound psychological impact on mob formation and behavior in our contemporary world. In recent years, hashtags evolved from a mere content organizer to a potent tool that shapes collective communities and societal behavior. Hashtags facilitate rapid dissemination of information, wielding significant power in mobilizing groups and shaping interactions within virtual communities. The ability of hashtag to unite individuals from diverse backgrounds and around a common cause has far-reaching consequences, influencing societal behavior and potentially escalating conflicts. Thus, our research aims to shed light on psychological impact of social media hashtags, specifically focusing on their role in shaping the formation and behavior of online mobs. To achieve this, we were employed a mixed method approach, collecting data from randomly selected sample of over 50 participants through an online survey. Participants were recruited through various online platforms to ensure a random selection process. The survey gathered both quantitative and qualitative data covering demographic information, social media usage patterns, and perceptions regarding the influence of hashtag on mob formation. Quantitative data were analyzed using statistical software to generate descriptive statistics and identifying patterns in participants' responses. Likert scales and multiple choice questions were provided measuring insights, while thematic analysis was employed for qualitative data for recurring themes and patterns. Ethical considerations were paramount throughout the study for ensuring the participants' anonymity and confidentiality. We followed ethical guidelines to uphold the integrity of our research.
As the result of our study, the hashtags have a great impact on the emotions and overviews of the users. The younger participants were easily manipulated by the influence of hashtags, and hashtags have a great impact on development of different groups based on different ideologies implemented by the hashtags. The major limitations of the study were the limited sample size and the selection bias during the course of research. So, on the other hand, it was not applicable for all demographic and geographical situations due to the time constraint which was provided. The recommendations to combat the limitations were to provide the recommendation to combat these limitations are to provide media literacy to the younger generation so that they would be using hashtags in a more effective manner. The laws should be also ensured to ensure that the hashtags are more transparent and easily convey the ideologies of these hashtags. It should be ethical, and effective hashtags should be used so as to convey more valuable information.
In summary, the research emphasizes the need for a comprehensive approach that includes raising individual awareness and implementing interventions at platform level to tackle the psychological effect of social media hashtags. This, in turn, can contribute to creating a more responsible and positive digital space. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Hasna Molaraj, an intervention study on anger management and emotional regulation on psychiatric impatience. Thank you.
one, sir? Good afternoon. Okay, I am Husna Molarich, Assistant Professor at St. Teresa's Arts and Science College, Mala. And my research paper is an intervention study. Before moving to my study, let me ask you that, how many of you have been to a psychiatric hospital? And have you visited the inpatients? Yeah. Okay, then how many of you know the intervention studies? Have you done any intervention programs? Okay, so my topic is an intervention study on anger management and emotion regulations in psychotic inpatients. Okay, this study is to assess the impact of the intervention programs in emotion regulation and anger management in psychiatric inpatients, and also to improve the socio-emotional skills. So you will be noticing that in psychiatric settings, it is very much difficult for a doctor, a nurse, and the clinicians or the bystanders to handle the situations of a psychiatric inpatients there, because they will be very aggressive and they will be having many psychotic disorders, different types of psychotic disorders. And anger and emotion regulations will be different from the normal human beings, and it is more difficult to manage them even by providing the medications also. So, as psychologists, it is our duty to assist them with the psychotherapies or whatever interventions we can use there. And in my variables, the variables I took in my studies is the aggression and the emotion regulation. Aggression, as you all know, it is a behavior which is strictly harmful for others. It involves face-to-face assault, and either it can be verbal, physical, or indirect forms. And social psychologists notice that people seem to display this aggressive behavior more at times than others. And when we come to emotion regulation, it is an offset of emotion responding. That means it can be linked to such important outcomes as mental health, physical health, satisfaction, and in workplaces and performance also. Then during emotion regulation, the people, mainly the inpatients in the psychiatric hospital, it may increase, decrease, or they will show diverse spaces of emotion regulations. So, moving to the methodology, I have selected 5 psychiatric inpatients, and I did my study in Thrissur Mental Health Care Center. I hope you all know. And the patients I studied were patients with psychosis, and the common characters of those patients were they were very angry, mainly in verbal and aggressive behaviors, and also they were not able to regulate their emotions. And I used a convenient sampling by using 2 questionnaires, and the 2 questionnaires I used for the pre-test and post-test I used there, because after intervention I did a post-test. So for the pre-test and post-test, I used aggression questionnaire, which consists of 4 factors. They are verbal aggression, anger, hostility, and physical aggression. And in emotion regulation questionnaire, it's a 10-item scale, which consists of cognitive, reappraisal, and expressive suppression. And the statistical test I used here is the independent sample t-test. And I did this intervention for 30 days, and after that I recorded the results accordingly. And from the result, it was seen that I did a pre-test in this, from the aggression part, the average, from the mean we can see that the aggression becomes lower, and in the emotion regulation there was no much difference seen. And this is the graphical representation from this series 2, that is the red graph shows there was no much change in the emotion regulation of the patients. And then from this graph, we can show from this graph of red line, we can see that there was much difference seen in aggression. So from this independent sample t-test, we can see it is 2.251 and 0.891, and which is increased than 0.05 value, so which shows not significant difference. And from the conclusion, as I earlier said, there was no much difference seen in emotion regulation, but in when we looked the aggression, there was much difference, and there was a change noticed after the intervention. And as I said, in the independent sample t-test, there was no significant difference. That is because the limitation that I have took only 5, as I told earlier, only 5 patients only I took. So because of the small sample size, there was a difficulty in the inferences was there was no significant differences there. And when we move to the scope and implications, we can use this intervention programs for the supportive environment and self-awareness and providing patients with tools to regulate their emotions and providing strategies to help individuals understand, express and regulate their emotions, and promoting emotion well-being and preventing harmful behaviors for the patients itself and for the others. Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Okay, let's move on to the next presenter, Ashwathi Lakshmi S. Quality of life among older adults with or without pets. Could you please actually restrict your presentation in 5 minutes? Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon all. This is my undergraduate project actually, and it is guided by Mary Anthony P. Okay. My study was about the quality of life in older adults with and without pets. And coming to the introduction part, I'm making it short. And I tried to investigate whether there is a positive relationship between pet ownership and the quality of life in older adults. And there is several studies stating mixed results, and have stated 2 studies which showed a positive relationship between pet ownership and quality of life. Okay, that is Lucas Carasos and Nicholas and Colley's studies, and it is clear that these studies were not conducted in Indian context. So I tried to investigate whether it is applicable to our Indian context as well. Okay, the hypothesis were first one is there is a significant difference in the quality of life among older adults with and without pets, and the second one is there is a significant difference in the quality of life among older adults with respect to their physical illness. Okay, the method was, it's a quasi-experimental study, and I have collected a sample of 100 participants with 50 pet owners and 50 non-pet owners. And the instruments were a personal information schedule and WHO QOL BREF, that's a quality of life questionnaire. And the data analysis was used Jamovi software, and the statistical techniques were independent sample t-test and man-Whitney U-test. And as you can see the results, it is the descriptive statistics. Moving on to the domains, results respective to the domains. And there were 4 domains, and psychological and environment domains were normally distributed, so I used the independent sample t-test, and it showed a okay, you can see the results here. And for the physical illness as well. Okay, the conclusion was older adults with pets showed higher quality of life in the environmental domain, And in the social relationship domain, healthy individuals exhibited more quality of life compared to the ill ones. Okay, in the discussion, the high quality of life in the social relationship domain for healthy people could be due to better opportunity for building social relationships. And in the environment domain, the pets can be influenced to make better their quality of life by giving opportunity for like going for a walk with a pet, and it could be affected for better affected their quality of life. Okay, I have two recommendations. Mental health professionals can develop intervention strategies for enhancing the quality of life of older adults, and government can make policies for bettering the quality of life of older adults. Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Okay, let's move on to Jisha Reggie, relationship between individual academic engagement, job satisfaction and job engagement. Please assist.
A very good afternoon, everyone. So my paper is about the relationship between individuals, job engagement, academic engagement, and job satisfaction. So this particular paper was particularly relevant because of the current new educational policies done by the government of India to frame the educational framework in a way that is more supportive for students to ensure a smooth transition towards their professional life and reduce the focus on rote memorization and examinations. So academic engagement, by societies, especially in India, academic performance is usually seen as a proper predictor of how well an individual will do in their professions. And academic engagement in this particular concern has been seen as very under-researched, although this aspect is very intriguing. So my variables are academic engagement, which refers to the extent and intensity with which students participated and apply themselves. Job engagement, which shows the immersiveness and self-preference undertaken by an employee. And job satisfaction, which is a positive emotional state affected by the employee's appraisal about their work environment. So my study has 4 objectives: to understand the influence of academic engagement on job engagement, the relationship between job engagement and job satisfaction, and academic engagement and academic satisfaction, and also to see whether there is any difference between professions. In this case, I chose doctors and engineers as my sample. My 4 null hypotheses also state the same. And a sample of 180 professionals was selected, included of 86 doctors, 86 engineers, and 94 doctors. And online and physical survey modes was used for the same. And the inclusion criteria and exclusion criteria is as follows. 3 questionnaires were used. They are a student course engagement questionnaire, the job satisfaction scale, and the Utrecht worker engagement scale. So the results have an interesting outcome. It shows a significant positive correlation between academic engagement and job engagement, as well as a significant correlation between job engagement and job satisfaction. The next table also shows that there is no particular difference between doctors and engineers with regards to the 3 variables shown. The major findings of the also include the same. There's a significant positive relationship between academic engagement and job engagement, between job engagement and job satisfaction. And there's no significant correlation between job engagement and job satisfaction, or any difference between job engagement, doctors and engineers with regards to the 3 variables. So the limitations of the studies include that the study has been conducted on a relatively small sample, and it can be developed by increasing the size of the sample. And more variables such as geographic locations, genders can also be included in this. The implications of this study I wish to show is for parents and educators alike to have an additional emphasis on qualitative aspects such as how engaged students are in their academics, as this has been proven to have an influence on how they perform in their professional lives in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, with this actually we have come to the end of the presentation. I'll just make few comments because our chief guest is actually approaching. So thank you for all the presenters for for adhering to the timing, and it's actually wonderful. You actually composed all the presentation in stipulated time, and you were actually done excellently well because you were running through the results, discussions, relevancy, and most importantly, the implications of the study. That's actually commendable. Thank you for the thing, and I've actually written some of the comments, but generally it is actually very good. Every research should actually look into the future, more, in-depth research with a qualitative and quantitative data. So I wish you all success for your future research, and thank you for the participation. Thank you all my, fellow participants. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Febin sir, for being a panelist for this session. We will begin our valedictory ceremony very soon. The DIG of Police will be arriving shortly. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the official valedictory ceremony of INTERPSYCH Summit, a two-day national conference 2024. To begin with, let's gather a brief moment of reflection and express our gratitude and hopes. We request everyone present here to kindly stand up and join us for the prayer.
नितान्तकान्तिदन्तकान्तमन्दकान्तकात्मजं नितान्तकान्तिदन्तकान्तमन्दकान्तकात्मजम् अचिन्त्यरूपमन्दहीन मन्दराय हृन्दनं हृदन्दरे निरन्दरं वसन्तमेव योगिना तमेकदन्तमेव तं चिन्तयामि सन्दतं चिन्तयामि सन्दतं विचिन्तयामि सन्दतम्
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. For the welcome speech, we would like to invite Ms. Renya CV, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychology, Christ College Autonomous, IRINJALAKUDA. Let's hear her warm welcome to kick off our event.
Esteemed guests, faculty members, and dear participants, a warm welcome to the valedictory function of our Psychology Department National Conference. It is a pleasure to have each one of you gathered here as we drew the curtain on the insightful and engaging event. Our journey over these days have been one of the exploration, sharing, and learning. Thanks to the esteemed speakers and experts who have graced this national conference with their presence. Respected Ms. S. Ajida Begum, IPS, Deputy Inspector General of Police, thank you for accepting our invitation to be a part of our two-day national conference. A sincere welcome to you, ma'am. Our beloved principal, Reverend Father Jolly Andrew CMI, your leadership and guidance continue to inspire us, and we are honored to have you here. Welcome, Father. Reverend Dr. Father Wilson Tharel CMI, Director of Self-Financing, your presence here is truly a blessing. Welcome, Father. Dr. Shindo KG, our esteemed IQAC coordinator, your expertise adds immense value to our academic endeavor. Welcome, sir. A warm welcome to Ms. Christina Tony, head of the department. Your dedication and leadership has been instrumental in the execution of the national conference. Welcome, Christina. Last but not least, I would like to welcome all the participants. As we embark on the event, may the exchange of knowledge continue to flourish in the spirit of academic excellence. Once again, a warm welcome to everyone as we gather for the concluding moment of our national conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for welcoming the gathering. Now for a presidential address, we are honored to have here with us our esteemed head of the institution. Please join me in welcoming Reverend Father Dr. Jolly Andrew CMI, Principal, Christ College Autonomous, IRINJALAKUDA, as he delivers his insights and addresses the gathering.
Most Honorable S. Ajida Begum, IPS, Deputy Inspector General of Police, Father Dr. Wilson Tharel CMI, the Director of Self-Financing Program, Dr. Shinda KG, the IQAC Coordinator, Christina Tony, the HOD, the Department of Psychology, Renya CV, the Department of Psychology, who made the welcome address, dear respected faculty members, staff, non-teaching staff, and my dear students of this college and from the different parts of India. I'm very happy to note that the Department of Psychology has organized a wonderful two-day national conference where there were highly academic exposures dealing with recent advances in the psychological realm, followed with what would really make us happy, the interactions, the dynamics, the culturals, and whatnot. I place my special appreciation towards Department of Psychology who organizes this wonderful two-day national conference event. I came to know that there are students not just from Kerala, but there are students who came from different parts of India. I know when you were here as budding psychologist of the tomorrow, you would have got a real inspiration and hints what would really help the world, transform the world, and will also, in a way, make this world a more beautiful one. Yesterday, we had our KRISHNA TEJAS who came to you and interacted with you. Now today, we have Ajida Begum IPS, the Deputy Inspector General of Police. Dear friends, you would have known from the different social media what are the specialities of Ajida Begum Madam. They are perhaps the first women civil servant to complete the prestigious, or I would say the adventurous, Iron Man competition. She, along with her husband, Sadish Bino, who is also working in the higher ranks of the police, Kerala police, they were together for this full Ironman Texas competition in the United States. And you know what is this competition? It is a challenge for each one of you. What you have to do for it. It comprises of 3.8 kilometers of swimming, followed with 180 kilometers of bike ride, and that should be followed with 42 kilometers run, which should be completed within 17 hours. And you know, if you go for it, if I go for it, we may not be able to reach it. And they were practicing together for 3 years. And that made them break this record to become the first women civil servant to achieve this distinguished achievement. Apart from her wonderful systematic work which she has done in the Department of Police in different realms, I just pinpointed one aspect to you so that let that be an inspiration for you. You spoke about 3.8 kilometers of swimming. And are we able to swim at least 100 meters? You speak about 42 kilometers of running. And the challenge is whether I can run 1 kilometer, can run 1 kilometer. So it all shows if you take effort, do the right training, have the focus, you will achieve it. And this model couple, I would say, when there were times of difficulty, they made it a point that they would encourage each other so that they would get their goal. They will achieve that goal. They are students of psychology. In our lecture series, we will be talking about the ideas that if you have something, positivity in the mind, it will be transforming into the action. Now here you have got a role model. I think the simple talk of being an Iron Man, was able to achieve this wonderful achievement should inspire you. So interact with her, get yourself inspired, and one or two sentences about Christ College, madam. The Christ College at present has got more than around 5,000 students altogether from different departments. There are 32 UG programs and 80 PG programs, and there are 8 research departments. And I can say our Department of Psychology or hosting this national seminar is one of the best departments of the Christ College. They, during the COVID times, spearheaded the importance of the mental health, made different programs so that the student community, not just the student community, the people around were in a way guided with positive mental health. We are spearheading in the research in different areas. In the Department of Chemistry, we have got patents, got around more than 30 species discovered in the Department of Zoology, and a new branch of research, metamaterials, and I would say a realm where a new opening would be made in the science realm by this metamaterial research in the Department of Physics. One of the beautiful zoos which we have, I would say a museum of a Department of Geology. The team of Christ College which is secured first in the last year's DSON University Arts Festival, and I would say in the sports realm, not just in the men, in the women's, and also in the overall championship, the 3 trophies came to this Christ College and whatnot. Madam, we have a philosophy where, along with the academic rigorousness, the students are given an opportunity to enjoy their studies, to enjoy their campus life, and to enjoy everything in a positive mindset. Of course, we would be guiding the students whenever there are certain areas which we have to guide. But this is our philosophy, and that is what you enjoyed during the Chilump, which was conducted in our college. A brief note about our college. We are so happy that you are here. You visited our college 10 years before. Now we have become the NAC A++ college, the SAC A+ college, and the only autonomous college which has secured these 2 higher grades, with having the highest number of student enrollment in the state of Kerala. So happy that you are here. So happy that you have wonderfully organized this Psychology National First. Have a wonderful time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. We are privileged to have a remarkable guest whose achievements in law enforcement are truly inspiring. Join me in extending a warm welcome to Srimati S. Ajida Begum, IPS, Deputy Inspector General of Police. I invite Malavika for a brief depiction on Srimati S. Ajida Begum, IPS.
Ajida Begum Sultan, an accomplished IPS officer and a distinguished recipient of the Herbert H. Humphrey Fellowship. Ajida Ma'am's commitment to public service and her relentless efforts in combating gender-based violence and trafficking have earned her not only accolades but also esteemed Kalinka Fellowship. As she embarks on her journey as a Humphrey Fellow focused on the rehabilitation of child victims of abuse, her dedication to making a meaningful impact in society is truly commendable. Her wealth of experience, ranging from serving as a district police chief in various districts to her current role as an assistant director in SVP National Police Academy, reflects a career marked by excellence and unwavering commitment to the welfare of our communities. Through the lens of Humphrey Fellowship Program, Ajitha Ma'am aspires to delve deeper into the practical strategies to prevent crimes against children. Her quest is not only for personal growth, but more significantly, to enhance institutional response to child victims of sexual assault by studying global best practice, policy frameworks, and initiatives undertaken by public authorities. We welcome you, ma'am, to this event. Ma'am, please.
Respected Reverend Father Dr. Jolly Andrews, CMI, Principal Christ College, IRINJALAKUDA. Ms. Renya, Assistant Professor, Department of Psychology. Reverend Dr. Wilson Taril, CMI, Director of Self-Financing, Christ College, Autonomous, IRINJALAKUDA. Dr. Shinto and Ms. Christina. Dear students, respected teachers, from all over Kerala, and Father just mentioned that there are students from all over the country. So, very good afternoon to all of you. So, it's indeed a pleasurable moment for me. I find it as a privilege to come here in this 2 days national conference, the valedictory function, and having got an opportunity to address all of you. How many of you are feeling sleepy? Only 2 of you. So, Madam who just read out my biodata told that I was Assistant Director in the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel National Police Academy. The National Police Academy is a place where all the IPS officers get trained. Okay? So, after putting in 10 years of service in Kerala, me and my husband, we took a deputation to the National Police Academy as trainers. So, as teachers to the IPS officers, our responsibility was to ensure that none of them will sleep in our class. So, that responsibility was being done in a better way because we were wearing police uniforms. So, our IPS probationers used to be very, very alert. Though they go for a very rigorous outdoor training in the morning. They go for horse riding, they go for swimming, they go for long cross-country runs, they go for firing. But when they come and sit in our class, they have to pay full attention in the class. So we used to, get trained as faculty members. So even there, psychology, psychology is there everywhere. It's all about human behavior, right? So our the challenge posed before the faculty is you should not allow your trainees, the IPS trainees, to sleep. So we got faculty from IIM Ahmedabad and some reputed institute, Indian School of Business from Hyderabad, and IIM Bangalore. Some of the faculty, they all came and did training for us. So they gave us a TOT session on how to keep the students awake. So if Father is interested, some of the other faculty members need some tips on how to keep the students awake after a very heavy lunch. So I'll be very happy to help you with that. So having said that, while I was traveling from Thrissur to IRINJALAKUDA, I was just thinking, what should I address, to all these budding psychologists who were sitting in front of me. So what should be my speech? So I go back to the days while I was preparing for civil services exam. Psychology is one of the top optional subjects. Do you all know about that? So when you appear for civil service examination, I'm sure Krishna Teja also would have told something about it. So you have to take an optional subject and you have to study it, master's level you have to study. So though a person might be having an engineering background, people tend to take arts subject for civil service examination. What we see is a lot of people take psychology also. So few of my friends who prepared with me, I had not taken psychology, I had taken geography and political science as my optional subject, though I am a commerce graduate. And eventually I fell in love with geography. So that's one side. But I had few of my friends who were roommates who were preparing for this examination. They had taken psychology as an optional. And they used to come out with all these tricks, you know. They would come and tell me, if I tell something to them, it's like, you're lying. I said, come on, how did you find out that I was lying? No, I'm studying psychology, you know, I can make out that you're lying. So these kind of fundas they used to, you know, give on and off. Do you also use such kind of fundas with your parents and friends and all? Do you do that? So, hearing all that, I was thinking, I know I should take some master's class, you know, maybe a master's degree in psychology later at some point in my life. I was very seriously considering it, though I have still not taken a master's in psychology, but that love for that subject always remains. So, because I am in the policing field, so are you aware there is one field of study called criminal psychology? Yeah? Yeah, criminal psychology. So it's at a budding stage in India. I don't know if any of you specializing or doing a research in criminal psychology? Criminologist you are. Oh, good. Okay. So it's a very budding subject, but it has a lot of scope. So you watch the series Criminal Minds? It's a very good series. Even if you're not interested in criminal psychology, you can watch it. So that series have brought in this huge wave across the world, prompting students to take up criminal psychology as a research obsession, as a career. So now that I have done my fellowship and I have some international exposure, I have seen that many kids do take up criminal psychology as a career option. They are doing a lot of research in criminal psychology. So in policing, we also deal with human behavior, right? So we interrogate witnesses, we interrogate the people whom we have arrested who are involved in crime. We study the crime patterns. We see why people are doing such kind of crimes. So recently you would have seen a Netflix movie named, Netflix series, Jolie, cyanide case. So, today early in the morning when I got up, around 5:30, I came down to have my tea, my mother was sitting. So I think last weekend I saw this movie. So I started explaining this case to her. She started, you know, like this. First she killed her mother-in-law, then the father-in-law, then the husband. She was like completely shocked. And then I went on to explain about all the 6 murders that she has committed. She wasn't able to come out of it. I thought, okay, I have actually traumatized my mother. I shouldn't do this to her. Such kind of people do exist in this world, you know. So it's very unfortunate. So these are all criminals, right? So this entire field about studying human behavior in terms of doing a crime. What prompts these individuals to do that kind of a crime, such kind of heinous crimes? So I don't know if you all have seen this documentary, which was later banned, called India's Daughter. Have you seen it? Some of you have seen it? No? You've seen. So this is about a juvenile in conflict with law. So I'm not calling him an accused. A person who is less than 18 years old and has committed a crime is called a juvenile in conflict with law. So this boy is a juvenile in conflict with law in the Nirbhaya case. So in the Nirbhaya case, one of the BBC journalists, she goes and takes an interview of this boy and asks him, why did you do such kind of a crime? And he had absolutely no regret about it. What did he say? He just said that this girl, in the middle of the night, she was with a boy in the streets. So I wanted to teach her a lesson. That is why I did it. So this boy who was not even 18 years old, he was 16 plus or 17. So if this is the mind of a boy who's done such a horrendous crime, you know, something which is incorrigible, something which shook the consciousness of the entire country. All of us would have got on the street to protest. And we had the fastest criminal law amendment, the Nirbhaya Amendment Act, as we say. As of now, you have so many laws protecting women and children, and it is because of that case. Very sad and unfortunate that a girl had to die in such a horrendous manner. But look at the mind of the criminal who had actually done it. He just says that I just wanted her to teach a lesson. So when in the policing, when we come across individuals like this, we always wonder, you know, what went wrong in their life, what prompted them to take such kind of a field or, to commit such kind of a crime. So there was this interesting person named Ripper Jayanandan. So I was posted here as a Thrissur rural SP 10 years back. That's when father said I had come here earlier. So it was 10 years back. I was working here as Thrissur rural SP. And this man named Ripper Jayanandan, who was involved in a lot of criminal cases. So his modus is, he's committed a lot of crime here in this area also. His house is from Mala police station limit. He's now in jail. He jumped off the Trivandrum Central Prison and he was not there. He was missing. So we all had to conduct operation to find out where this guy is, locate him, send him back to jail. So he had committed a lot of murders. Okay, his modus operandi is he'll go to a house, he'll observe a house, he'll see if there is a single woman staying in that house. Obviously, all women in Kerala wear a gold chain, which is very tempting for any person to commit a crime, right? Why do we have chain snatching? Because women are wearing chain. Now I cannot say don't wear a chain, then I will become very viral. The DIG is asking women not to wear a chain. So unfortunately, this guy looks at a woman who is alone and with gold jewelry. He'll go, why he is termed as Ripper is, he uses some object to put an impact on her head. So it could be a chair, table, kallu, he'll just put that woman under such kind of severe trauma and just snatch off the chain and take off the valuables and run. That's why he was called Ripper Jayanandan, and he had committed murders also. This guy was absconding. So every day, then DYSP Chalakudi one, Mr. Thomas, he retired. He used to conduct search operations near his house, and the next day, Patrathil varum. In the DYSP Sangamam, Mala police station, inna sthalathu raid cheydarna. Appa avan ee patram vaichittu aa sthalathu varthilla. So later when he caught him, he was telling that, I was getting an update about where all police is searching from the newspapers and the media. So he was apparently staying in Thrissur city only while he was absconded. One day, one police officer, very sharp-minded one police officer, a constable, CPO, civil police officer, caught him. So he was kept in a police station. So out of curiosity and having my team being, they did such an amazing work because all the police officers were given this photo in their mobile phones, and that's how he was able to track. So we went in, I went to just meet him, interview him and find out his whereabouts. So he had, again, the mind of a criminal. So he was also having no regret. He's saying, I do this crime because I have to give money to my family. You won't believe, it is his daughter who's fighting out all his cases. And she is a lawyer now. So, and he absolutely had no regret in committing any crime whatsoever. All these murders that he had done, he had no, there's no regret at all. So very recently we arrested again Thrissur Rural District Police, Dr. Navneet Sharma and his team, arrested this guy named Kodali Sridharan. He has some 42 criminal cases against him all over Kerala and he was absconding. And his modus operandi is, he will only attack the illegal money. He'll commit a robbery of illegal money and illegal gold. So nobody complains. So you go, attack the vehicle, take the money, take the gold. But these people can't even go complain because that is already illegal money and gold, right? See? And he's made crores out of it. Now he's shifted his base to Bangalore, people say. So there is this Kodali Sridharan name coming all over, okay? So we have no idea who this Kodali Sridharan is because for the past almost 10 years, we've never caught him. But he's involved in so many criminal cases earlier. Now, he's a big guy. He only sells the information. He knows this guy is taking from Malappuram so-and-so place and giving it in Palakkad so-and-so place. He sells that to a third criminal and makes money. So now he's become a top guy who only sells information. So we arrested this guy. So once he was arrested, again, I asked, absolutely, of course, a person killing will not have any kind of regret. A person looting will he has any kind of regret? I asked him, very recently we found that you're constructing a house in Koratti. അപ്പോൾ അത് എത്ര രൂപയ്ക്കാണ് സ്ഥലം വാങ്ങിച്ചത്? അതൊരു 1.5 കോടിയാണ് മാഡം. ഓ അങ്ങനെയാണല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ ഈ കൺസ്ട്രക്ഷനൊക്കെ അതൊരു എന്തായാലും 1 കോടിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് വരും തോന്നുന്നു. ഓ അങ്ങനെയാണല്ലേ. ഓ 2.5 കോടിയല്ലേ. ഇത് എവിടെ നിന്നാണ് കിട്ടി ഈ പൈസ? അത് മാഡം അവിടെ എറണാകുളത്ത് ഒരു 40 സെൻറ്റ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, അത് വിറ്റതാണ്. ഓ ഓക്കെ. അപ്പോൾ ആ എറണാകുളത്ത് എങ്ങനെ വാങ്ങി? അതെങ്ങനെയായിരുന്നു പൈസ? അത് ഞാൻ ബാംഗ്ലൂരിൽ ഒരു 1 ഏക്കർ 1.5 ഏക്കർ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, അത് വിറ്റതാണ്. പിന്നെ ഈ പൈസ ഒക്കെ എവിടെ നിന്നാണ്? അതെല്ലാം ഇതൊക്കെ ചെയ്താണ് മാഡം. സോ ഹി ഈസ് ജസ്റ്റ് കൺഫെസിങ് പ്ലെയിൻലി ദാറ്റ് ഹി ഈസ് കമ്മിറ്റിംഗ് ഓൾ ദിസ് ക്രൈംസ് ടു earn this money. And what I see in all these criminals is one thread, that they have absolutely no regret. They are so, stone-hearted, if you say, very cold type of people who tell all these things in a very smiling manner because it has never affected their psyche. So as a person who's come from a very normal middle-class family, like you and me, we all belong to the same. Even when we read certain things in the newspaper, we get irked, no? Oh my God, can somebody do like this? Can somebody molest a 9-year-old kid? Or can somebody kill a 82 days old baby? These are things which we can't digest, in our mind we can't digest. But on the other side, we have a whole lot of criminals who think in very, very different ways to do criminal things, and they have absolutely no regret. So this is one interesting and challenging area of study called criminal psychology. While I was just driving here, the police party was standing on top of a bridge. And I stopped my vehicle and I asked the sub-inspector there what happened. He just told that one lady just committed suicide, as in she just jumped off from the bridge into the water. So they're trying to rescue her. So do you know that Kerala has one of the highest, it is the third in the country when it comes to per capita suicide rate? Do you know that? It's a very serious mental health issue. So earlier it was top in the country. Now it has gone to third place. Now first place in Sikkim, second place is Chhattisgarh, third place is Kerala. So we have so many suicides. Per capita suicides is very, very high. It's hovering around some 26 per lakh population. So it's very high. It's a serious mental health issue. So here, as we speak, whether it is my family or at least you are all psychologists, so if I say that I have some mental health issue, people look at me and oh, idu vattanalle, idu vattesana. So if I say you have to go for counseling, people think it as if it's a very negative thing, Oh, you were asking me to go to, in Tamil, if you say, Paithakara Dr. Tanpriya. So I told one of my cousins who's having some kind of issues, I told her, you have to go to a psychologist for counseling. She's finding it very offensive to come to terms with the fact that I'm asking her to go. I said, boss, if it is just like a toothache or a fever or any kind of illness that you have, you go to a doctor. The same way, even we can have mental health issues, then you have to go to a trained psychologist. But people have not come to terms with this. But India has a future. It has a potential of, people having mental health issues are already there. But that kind of a culture to seek for help, to ask for help is still very, very, very bad when it comes to how people respond to mental health issues in Kerala. So if we see the suicide rates, after having taken charge as DIG Thrissur, I was seeing why people are committing suicide. Why every day I'm getting at least the 4 districts, that's Thrissur city, rural, Malappuram and Palakkad. These are the 4 districts I'm supervising. So have a look at all the suicides and find out what are all the reasons. Most of it is personal problems. There are 2-3 commonalities. When we see their educational background, they are either 10th or +2, that's it. Graduates who commit suicide is only 5%. But 10th +2 dropout, if you put together itself, almost it is like crossing up to 80%. So education plays a very crucial role in not just physical, mental, your social, cultural, everything. Wherever you want to get better, education is going to help you. There is no doubt about it. And men commit suicide more than women. I don't know why. So you guys have to find out the answer. So out of every 4 suicide, 3 men and 1 woman. And 78% of these people were actually married. I'm having a happy married life. I'm not against marriage, but they were married. And what are all the reasons? If we club them out and put why people commit suicide? So financial problems, personal issues, marital disputes, all these things stop. So when it comes to personal issues, we also see some of this young generation people being very intolerant to certain issues. Amma mobile vaangichu thannilla, mahan suicide edu. Appo even oru line undayirunnu, aa line vera oru kuttimayittu poi, even suicide edu. Appo ingantha intolerant culture. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ 10th 12th റിസൾട്ട് വരുമ്പോൾ പോലീസിക്കൊക്കെ കുറച്ചൊരു ഷേക്കിംഗ് ഡേ ആണ്. എന്താണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും കുട്ടി ഫെയിൽ ആയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അപ്പം പോയി സൂസൈഡ് ചെയ്യും. ദാറ്റ്സ് എ ബിഗ് പ്രോബ്ലം ഫോർ us, So people have become very intolerant. Small issues we are committing suicide. See, these people who commit suicide, they keep telling, ഞാൻ മരിക്കാൻ പോവുകയാണ്. They'll say inside the house when they have problem, "Enikku jeevikkan veyya, njan marikkan povayanu," they'll say. So people think that those who tell they are going to commit suicide are not going to commit suicide. But most of these cases, when we see, if they ask their family members, have they ever told that they have some kind of mental health issue, they always say yes. അവൾ ഒരു പ്രാവശ്യം പറഞ്ഞായിരുന്നു, എനിക്ക് ജീവിക്കാൻ വയ്യ, എനിക്ക് മടുത്തു പോയി എന്ന് കുറേ പ്രാവശ്യം പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെയാണെങ്കിൽ she has serious issues. Why don't you give her some help, professional help? Yes? So as we talk, Kerala has very high rate of suicides, and all of you play a very crucial role. I don't know what kind of specializations that you're doing, but all of you play a very crucial role in solving and sorting out these mental health issues by doing your every bit which is possible. So while studying in college in the United States, there is something called volunteering work. Nirbandhamayitta, all of the students who are doing a course there have to give so many hours of 50 hours of volunteering. നിർബന്ധമായിട്ട് ചെയ്യണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അവിടെ ഒരു റൂൾ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ കുറേ NGOസിലൊക്കെ കയറി നടന്നു. അവിടെ ഉള്ള സോഷ്യൽ വർക്കുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കുറേ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിച്ചു. അതുപോലെ if you want to do some volunteering work and help the police department, I am the person. If you want to do any project, please contact me. I will be more than happy to take your help to provide better service to this community. And if you can do a 3 months attachment or a 6-month attachment, I'll give you a nice letter of appreciation signed by the Deputy Inspector General of Police Thrissur Range. Okay? So in that way, I feel you will be able to contribute to the society better. So I'm stopping here. I'm not giving a very long lecture, though I'm not a trained psychologist, but all these incidents that we face in the policing, I've shared it with you. I hope it is of some use to you, or it has sparked some side of you which can be of use to the general public. I'll be very, very happy. So congratulations to Christ College IRINJALAKUDA for having organized such an exploring multidimensional perspective of psychology. That is very complicated, right? So such a nice 2 days conference. So congratulations to the entire team, and congratulations to the Department of Psychology specifically, and congratulations to each one of you for taking that effort to participate, to give papers, and whatever you have done, you're a little bit, or you've just been a part of the audience, you've gained a lot of knowledge, even that is great. So with these few words, I would stop my speech. All the very best to all of you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude for joining us. Your presence adds a significant honor to the occasion, and we truly appreciate your support. Thank you.
Now, we would like to invite Reverend Father Dr. Wilson Tharrell, CMI, Director of Self-Financing, to address the gathering. Let's warmly welcome him as he shares his valuable thoughts with us. Please, sir.
Dear respected Ajida Begum, IPS, Deputy Inspector, Reverend Father Dr. Jolie Andrews, Principal Christ College, Shindo KG, IQAC Coordinator, Christ College, IRINJALAKUDA, Head of the Department, Christina Tony, and my dear teachers, naughty staff, and my dear students. First of all, I congratulate the Department of Psychology for conducting this 2-day national seminar here at Christ College. Congratulations. I also congratulate those students coming from other colleges inside and outside of Kerala. Congratulations to those students. Thank you and congratulations for them. Thank you. You know, during the time of interview, a lot of students are coming here to join in psychology department. Usually I am asking the question, why? Why you are joining in the psychology department? Can you select economics, commerce, English, and many of our students are saying, I want to know the mind of others. I want to know myself. I want to know my parents' mind. A lot of reasons they are saying. Yes, I don't know what is the reason now also. During our seminary training, it is compulsory we have to study psychology. There I heard about the ego, superego, Pavlov's theory, and Erikson and everything. Then when I come to the BPEd, Bachelor in Physical Education, there also psychology is compulsory. The same topic is repeating. And while I am coming to BEd, Bachelor in Education, there also psychology is a very compulsory subject. There also the same thing is repeating. The topic is repeating. What is the benefit of all these things? I thought on those days. But I understood what is the benefit of psychology. You know, today, Christ College, sometimes you may not understand, we have the first Friday, Holy Mass we are conducting in our own chapel. 3 fathers are sitting for confession. I spend 1.5 hours for confession. I understood what is the benefit of psychology. A lot of students are coming and opening their mind to get a solution. I understood what is the benefit of psychology. At the same time, I am saying one thing. Christ College is good. We have a lot of departments. But I always give importance to 3 departments. The first one is always goes to social work. That is my own thinking. The second one is psychology. There is a lot of reasons for that one. You, the students, tomorrow is going to face the minds of the people. You must learn properly others' mind, their wishes, their desperations, everything. You have to know. Here in India, we are always saying we are a poor country. Yes, admit. Poverty in what matters? Is it in food, shelter, clothing? I believe one thing. Our poverty is now the poverty of mind. A lot of youngsters are suffering to share, to say a word, to ask some questions. They are suffering. So, dear students, you start the work today itself. Don't wait for the 3rd year or master's degree or doctorate. Just say, our own friends, hello, how are you? Don't worry, the God is with you. These 4 sentences. Hello, one smile. Hello, how are you? Don't worry, God is with you. These 4 things are very important. Don't wait for your certificate. Don't wait for your doctorate. The world is need this type of weddings and consolation. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak to you. The facility is here, and I appreciate and always thankful to the Department of Psychology. And dear students, if you go to your own colleges, just you say about Christ College. The Christ is always working here, our own students. You see how calm you are. If you go to any college, I don't believe this type of calmness. And I think our chief guest always appreciated you only because of reason. You allowed her to speak, to think, to hear. That is the appreciation of yourself. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father. To mark this occasion with a special gesture, our director will now present a token of gratitude to our esteemed guest, Srimati S. Ajita Begum, IPS. Thank you, Father. For the next felicitation, please join me in welcoming Dr. Shindo KG, IQAC Coordinator, Christ College, IRINJALAKUDA. Let's hear his valuable insights and felicitation.
Our dear Principal, Father Dr. Jolly Andrews CMI, Chief Guest Ajita Ma'am, Father Wilson Tarail, Department HOD KRISHNA Ma'am, Coordinator Renya Miss, and other faculty members and dear participants and students. I am so thankful for inviting me to be a part of this wonderful academic event. Actually, I can say that I'm not a good person to explain the importance of the content of this event because I am from Department of Mathematics. I am a faculty member of Mathematics Department. Anyway, seeing the title, multidimensional, it's giving some, happy to my mind because always we are considering mathematics teachers are considered its out product, multidimensional. So anyway, I am not going to say anything about the importance of this topic or anything. I just take this opportunity to congratulate the department as our principal and director Wilson Father says, the psychology department, it's being one of the big or important department of this campus because we have 2 graduation programs in this department and 1 post-graduation. So we have a lot of students and faculty members in this department. And I think the success of this program will motivate the department to organize more and more programs of this kind. So once again, I congratulate all the department, faculty members and students, and especially the coordinator for organizing such a program. And once again, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Pivoting to the next aspect, it's time for the certificate distribution. I invite our dignitaries to join us for this special occasion as we acknowledge and appreciate the contributions of all participants. We request a representative from each college to make their way to the dais as the names of the colleges are called to receive the certificates. Firstly, I invite Reverend Father Dr. Wilson Tarail CMI to give away the certificates. Please, sir.
First college, St. Joseph Arts and Science College, Pavarati.
Next, I invite the National Institute of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation.
MES Arts and Science College, Perindalmanna.
SRM University of Science and Technology. Now I invite Sindo sir to give away the certificates.
St. Theresa's Arts and Science College, Kottakkal, Mala.
St. Thomas College, Thrissur.
Rashtriya Raksha University, Gujarat.
Christ deemed to be University, Bangalore.
Now I would like to invite KRISHNA ma'am for the to give away the certificates. Prajodi Niketan College, Pudakad.
Government Women's College, Trivandrum.
Christ College, IRINJALAKUDA. Thank you so much, Father. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Transitioning to the feedback session, we are eager to hear the valuable insights from our participants about the two-day National Conference 2024. I request the willing participants to come forward and share their experience.
Hello, I'm Susain Mukin. So I just want to say that the conference was just awesome and the whole thing went so smoothly, I guess. And we are really proud of our psychology department for that. And it is the first time a national conference is happening in our college. And so I would like to give a huge applause to our teachers for that. So regarding the conference, I guess the sessions on forensic psychology with AI, organizational psychology, and positive psychology were super interesting. And the paper presentations were very clear and informative. I feel like I have learned a lot as a second-year student. Regarding on the entire event, we had a great opportunity to meet District Collector of Thrissur and the DIG of Police. And I think it was a great opportunity, and thank you for that.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good evening. I'm Meera Suresh and I'm a first year student actually. So I consider myself really lucky because I was able to attend a national conference as a first year student. And I know this was supposed to be a feedback, but I would really like to thank all the faculties of our department because I've seen them working day and night to make this event successful. And also, I was able to meet eminent delegates from various universities and in other institutions too. And also, as a first year student, I was able to gather a lot of information about the various sectors of psychology. I didn't really know that even rehabilitation psychology had such a vast scope. And really, the 2 days were really amazing. I was able to enjoy it a lot. And even the paper presentations were about very interesting topics. And finally, this feedback would be incomplete without mentioning the efforts of all the students, especially the seniors. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else? Okay, we'll continue. To express our gratitude for this enriching event, we have someone who played the most pivotal role. It is my distinct pleasure to invite Ms. Christina Tony, Head of the Department of Psychology at Christ College, IRINJALAKUDA, to deliver the word of thanks. Please, ma'am.
Respected distinguished guests, faculty members, and participants, a very good evening to all of you. On behalf of Christ College, I stand here today to extend my heartfelt gratitude and offer a sincere word of thanks for making valedictory function of our 2-day national conference a resounding success. I'm also blessed to express a heartfelt appreciation to Ms. Ajida Begum IPS, the DIG of Police, for gracing us with her presence, which added tremendous value to the conference. And we were also privileged to have Reverend Father Dr. Jolly Andrews, who graced this function with his esteemed presence and delivered the presidential address. I am extremely grateful for this time and valuable insights, Father. Thank you. Furthermore, I also extend my sincere thanks to Reverend Father Dr. Wilson Tarail, Director of Self-Financing Department. His insightful words provided immense inspiration to all our participants. Thank you, Father. I also extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Shindo GP, IQAC coordinator of our college, for facilitating the gathering. Thank you, sir. I am extremely humbled and happy to extend my heartfelt appreciation and gratitude to the organizing committee and students of my department. Without your passionate hard work and commitment, it would have been a dream for me and my department. I thank all of you from my heart. Last but not least, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the management and technical staff of our college for their unconditional support. Finally, I'm so proud and happy to thank all of you for participating in our conference. I believe it really inspired you in every dimension. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As we conclude this memorable event, I would like to thank each one of you for your participation and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, let us stand together for the national anthem, a symbol of unity and pride. Please rise for the national anthem.
गणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे